Welcome to the waterfront. There are a million reasons to come. Where the water meets the land, a place to connect, enjoy and relax. Open every day, 7 seasons a year. Plan your next visit to Darwin's tropical resort today at waterfront.nt.gov.au.
Cricket 365 is proudly supported by Real Estate Central, Darwin's leading real estate agency. Thrifty Car and Van Rental, proudly driving Cricket 365. Airport Development Group, proud sponsor of Cricket 365. Quality People Recruitment, specialising in finding quality, hard-to-get professionals. And Duke's Cricket Balls, iconic, handmade, good for cricket.
Yes, so input 1 is line, input 1 and auto. It's, yeah. Manual focus.
You better go back up, Marcel.
Is it okay? Good. Okay, thank you. Yep.
Alright, go back up.
That's better.
Game's about to start.
So Mr. Mark,
Yeah.
not connect. Is this okay?
He hasn't given us that yet. So
Okay.
just go back up, get ready to start. Okay?
Good morning and welcome to DX Arena number 2 in Darwin, Australia. Round 1 match against Indonesia and Vanuatu for the ICC Under-19s Men's Cricket World Cup qualifier. My name is Dylan Slater and I'm joined here by Dopey. How are you, mate?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
Good, thank you. Great temperature here. We're sitting at 25 degrees at 9:30 in the morning clock off time. We've got Indonesia winning the toss and electing to bowl. Umpires and scorers are ready, and here we go. Ball 1.
Well bowled. Opening the bowling for Indonesia today, Andreas, who's bowling from the TIO Stadium. On strike, we have Mel Tataki for Vanuatu, and at the non-strikers end, we have Kendrick, who is also the captain.
We go front foot, no ball. So following all ICC rules, this will be a free hit. Same thing from overs 1 to 10. You're allowed 2 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. But good to see Indonesia here. Got their 2 slips in a gully.
Bit of shape early on here for Andreas.
Here we go. Free hit for
Miltatake.
Here we go. Fan favourite. Oh, nice.
Covers it straight. No run. Well fielded.
So this is the first of 3 games here today in Darwin. We've got another one down in Casuarina in Palmerston. And then we'll have a day-night game later on today between Japan and New Zealand on DXE number 1, which will be under lights.
Clubbed straight again by Miltatake. You have a look at the wicket, Dylan?
Yeah, the wicket looks good. The curators have done a fantastic job over the last couple of days to prepare for this. We had local cricket on Saturday, and then for these guys to get this pitch up and running, it looks really good. Indonesia winning the toss and bowling first. Don't think it's going to be an issue, but good bat speed here.
He does swing hard, doesn't he? I'm all for it. First 10 overs, go hard. Miltatake.
Miltatake might have a licence up top here.
Looks like he's got a nice stable base to swing from. Let's see if he can connect. Oh, fielder getting underneath it. Just falls over his head. 2 runs to Miltatake.
First runs off the bat. Same again, Miltatake looking to swing big.
Didn't quite get hold of it, but got just enough to get over the fielder's head there at mid-off. Fielder was Rehan. LBW shout, not out.
Sliding down leg.
Yes. Bit of shape there for Andreas early on here. Pretty good action. Swinging down leg off Miltatake's pads down for a leg bye to fine leg.
Bias.
Not leg bye, bias. And that is the first over completed.
So umpiring from that end, the TIO end, we've got John Ganane, a Darwin umpire. And at the other end, at the Darwin International Airport end, we've got Claire Polsak. Followed by our third umpire, we've got Morale Kenny. And then with our scorers, we've got Catherine White and Zeta. Coming into bowl from the Darwin International end, we've got Rehan. Looks like he'll be bowling his left arm medium pace.
2 slips gully in place. See if he can get a bit of swing with this new ball.
Oh, nice action.
Oh, big swing. Stays a little bit low. Nice shapes there by Rehan. Miltatake just in behind it nicely.
Miltatake's faced all the deliveries so far in game 1. Looking to show good intent early with the bat.
Does swing hard, doesn't he, Dill?
looks good. It'll be exciting when he gets into it. And the pitch looks really good. It looks consistent. I think he's just trying to swing
A little bit too hard.
No run there to mid-off. Good fielding, good movement around here from Indonesia. Team looks good, team looks switched on.
Creating quite a nice buzz, aren't they?
We had our opening ceremony last night with all 7 teams participating, and they all had a field under lights at DXE number 1. All getting their fielding drills and everything ready to go for the World Cup qualifiers.
Down at leg, wide, missed by the keeper.
Good shapes there again from Rehan. Nice positive start. Try and get Indonesia a nice wicket or two early.
On strike for Vanuatu now is Kendrick, the captain. I'm in the bowl again.
Ooh, nice shapes.
Getting quite a bit of purchase with his new ball early on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Played. Great shapes there by Rehan on the money. Well played by Kendrick. Right in behind it. Very solid.
Nice, there we go. Some good bounce into the wicket. No run, worked off the hip to square leg.
And that's the end of the second over. Just the one. Oh, no, the
2 or 3 off it.
2 or 3 off it.
But no, good start overall between bat and ball.
Good battle so far.
First off, I would like to start this broadcast acknowledging the Lakaya people, the traditional owners of the land we are on, and paying my respects to elders past and emerging. I would also like to extend my respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people watching this broadcast today. It is a privilege to play the game we love on Lakaya land.
Great shape there from Rehan. Sorry, that's Andreas. Swinging back into the pads of Meltataki.
Andreas bowling from the TIO Stadium end. Here we go. I'm feeling a boundary ball happening this over.
I have to agree with you.
Oh, there we go.
There it is. Great shot through the covers by Meltataki. Just slightly back of her length. Great base to hit from. Swings through the line of the ball really, really nicely there, Meltataki.
I'm claiming that. Fan favourite, Meltataki. He's been loading up all innings so far. We're into our 3rd over here in Game 1 of the World Cup qualifiers. And he's been looking to do that all day, and he's got one, which is good to see.
Great shot. Andreas into Meltataki.
Great follow-up ball, and good fielding too in the gully.
Bit more delicate touch there from Meltataki. Didn't try to swing as hard. I reckon the opening boundary might have just settled a bit of nerves for him. Loving this field early on. 2 slips in a gully. Try and make the most of this new ball when it's swinging.
Nice, good bat speed again.
Playing this. Bit of shape still out there. Andreas Indonesia winning the toss and choosing to bowl, which is interesting. What are your thoughts on that, Dylan?
Yeah, I think it's quite common these days in the one-dayers, in 50-over cricket, that they can chase whatever runs on the board. Nice, got a late cut there, going through gully. Looking for two, good running.
Well fielded as well.
Good bat speed again there.
By Meltataki.
From Meltataki. Game number 2 at Kazali's Arena. We got Papua New Guinea and Fiji starting at 10 o'clock Central Australian time.
Andreas into Meltataki again. Good shapes.
Well bowled.
Well played. Good cricket all round.
Same field again here for Rehan. Bowling his nice left arm medium pace from the Darwin International Airport end. Oh, well bowled.
Very well bowled, very well played by Kendrick.
Good cricket all round. So very exciting stuff looking at the first game here at DXC Arena number 2 in Darwin, Australia. Great contest between bat and ball here between Indonesia bowling and Vanuatu batting.
And there's the first wicket. Rehan, left arm swinging into the right-hander. Meltataki going for the big swing, and he gets castled.
Well bowled there from Rehan. He's been hitting that length all day. He's pitching it up nice and full, trying to get as much shape as possible. And Malatake being the first wicket dismissed for Vanuatu. And Rehan getting the first wicket of the ICC under-19s East Asia Pacific qualifier. And watch the Indonesian boys get around each other. So that is a score of 1 for 12 after 3 overs. So overall, it seems like to be a pretty good start between bat and ball. Indonesia's got their early wicket, which they would have talked about pre-game.
They've been very consistent with the ball so far, getting really nice shapes. I think looks like a good toss to win and bowl first. Good call by the captain. Into bat now is Lakaya for Vanuatu in at number 3.
Rehan in again.
Down leg side, wide, well, good keeping.
Nice and attacking from Rehan. Would have been a perfect ball for a right-hander, but has to adapt here to Lakaya. So left armour in Rehan will look to try and swing the ball away here from Vanuatu's Lakaya.
It's a better line and length there from Rehan.
Nice bowling again here from Rehan. Looking good, the two opening bowlers from Indonesia.
Both of them getting quite nice shape and purchase out of this wicket.
Could be right, Doki. Great toss to win. Send Vanuatu into bat. A little bit of grass on the wicket here at DXE number 2 in Darwin. But overall, looks like a good batting track too later on today. Nice, good hands there from Lakaya. Good to see the support from its Indonesian teammates. Everyone getting around. Rehan, who's bowling really well with his left arm, medium pace.
And that's the end of the 4th over. Productive over for Indonesia, claiming their first wicket. Well bowled by Rehan.
Yep, thank you. In after 4 overs.
Andreas in for his 3rd over of this opening spell. Well played by the captain, Kendrick, for Vanuatu. Looking pretty solid so far. Hasn't had much of the strike. Meltatake taking up most of the balls in his innings so far.
Now the skipper's looking good up top, nice and technically correct.
Shape into the right-handed Kendrick, whipped off his pads to fine leg, coming back for a second. Good running.
Nice, Vanuatu doing the basics well up top, running well between wickets. And Indonesia have good energy in the field as well, all running around, getting their hands on a nice ICC Kookaburra ball.
Well left by Kendrick.
Very good bowling as well. Very impressed here with the Indonesian opening bowlers. They probably deserve 1 or 2 more wickets.
They've started right on the money. Not made it easy for the Vanuatu opening batsman. A lot of buzz created by this Indonesian fielding side. Oh,
good leave. Tell you what, the uniforms look really good as well. From Indonesia in the red, and we got Vanuatu in the green with a little bit of yellow. And you even throw in our umpires looking in that piping hot pink. It looks nice and professional.
I was just thinking that the Vanuatu team kit looks awesome. Oh, good shapes here by Andreas. Back into the right-hander. Kendrick going for the big slasher that covers their plays and misses it.
Probably a bit full to be getting on the back foot there and trying to punch it through extra cover. I like the intent of it. Nice, there we go, well bowled.
Good over there by Andreas again. Just a 2 from it.
So that's Andreas' third over. None for 11 from his hand. Rehan coming on to bowl again from the Darwin International Airport end.
After 5 overs, Vanuatu are 16 for 1. Big drive edge over the slips, and it goes for 4. Really well bowled by Rehan. Great shapes.
Good intent as well there from Lakaya. There is no deep third man, so if there was width outside off, he could flash at it, as he did, and got that nice edge over the top of the gully / slips, and gets 4 runs to his name.
Well, that's the beauty about one-day cricket, is go hard, and you can get away with some things you might not normally do in red ball cricket.
So this is where Indonesia think, are we going to stay attacking now and keep our 2 slips in a gully, or do they drop that third man back to the boundary? But like what they're doing here, Indonesia, as Rehan comes in again and
dropped him at mid-off. Confusion in the middle. Chance to run out. Direct hit. Not out.
All happening out the middle here. Rehan, great follow-up ball after getting hit for 4 over third man, and a drop catch at mid-off, which was a tough chance.
Well recovered, though, by mid-off to pick up the ball and try and make that run out happen at the striker's end. Rehan into bowl again to Lakaya. Great shot over mid-off. Looking for 2. Fielder manages to keep it to 1. Well fielded.
Great calling between the Vanuatu batters there. After a little hesitation the ball before. Lakaya chipping it over mid-off again.
Lovely looking shot.
So look, Rehan swinging it in now to the right-hand batter. Nice, well bowled.
Confusion again.
So for all 7 teams that have come up here to Darwin, they've had great access to all the training facilities up here. But we're not sure when their last game of cricket was together as a team, so hence why there could be a little bit of confusion between running between wickets. But all in all, Vanuatu are looking good.
Overpitched there by Rehan. Lovely shot through mid-wicket by the captain, Kendrick. Fielders do well to keep that to 2.
Kendrick's looking good. He's got that free swing of the bat. Got full access to the ball. Same again, we're into the 6th over and they've still got 2 slips in a gully. This is awesome to see from Indonesia. Nice and attacking. See if they can get themselves another wicket in this power play.
Well, they've bowled really well first up, which has allowed them to keep this really aggressive field. Well bowled again by Rehan. Well played by Kendrick. Worked into mid-wicket to get a single.
Great running and great cricket all round. And that's the end of the over. So after 6 overs, Vanuatu are 1 for 24. Well bowled again from Andreas.
Into his 4th over now. Bowling really good lines here. Trying to shape it back into that right-hander. Hit the stumps. Kendrick doing a good job to keep it out at the moment.
Nice back foot punch there to cover.
Slightly fuller from Andreas and well left by Kendrick.
So with the under-19s men's qualifier, over the next 10 days we'll see 21 games played across 5 different venues, this one being DXC Arena number 2, and then we've got DXC Arena number 1, which will be used tonight for a day-night game. Nice, well bowled again from Andreas. We'll be also using the iconic Gardens Oval, where people can then go to the Mindle markets after that game. Then we got Kazali's Arena, and then of course we've just put a drop-in wicket on the TIO Stadium where they've just previously played 2 AFL Australia rules football games. Nice, good hands.
Well fielded there at the covers.
So there's a lot of cricket to come over the next 10 days. So as we can see, we've got Indonesia and Vanuatu today. Ball 1 in game 2 is just about to commence between Papua New Guinea and Fiji at Kazali's Arena down in Palmerston. Awesome, well bowled.
And that completes a maiden over for Andreas.
And tonight's game, we have got Japan versus New Zealand on DXC number 1 in a day-night game.
Rehan coming in for his fourth over now. A little bit shorter, worked off the legs. Going past fine leg. Saves the 4. Well fielded down there in the deep.
Nice bit of soccer there in the deep there to save that for 4. Well worked off the hip there as well from Lakaya. Left-hand batter from Vanuatu. He's timed that really well. Probably deserved 4.
Timed that very, very well. We've seen the Indians do that a little bit in the World Test Championship with the bit of soccer fielding.
As they come second. Nice, good from Rehan, pitching it up again. Getting it as full as possible. As they've removed second slip now, they've put in an extra mid-wicket, who's coming in a little bit closer and a little bit straighter, which is perfect field for Rehan.
Trying to shape it away from that left-hander. Oh, and that man you were talking about almost comes into play there at mid-wicket. Well worked off his legs there by Lakaya. Only get the single for that.
It's good field placing there because you're there as an attacking fielder to get a wicket, and then you can also be there from a defensive side of things as well to build dot ball pressure. So it's a great field just in general, and I think they've mirrored it to the right hand batter as well. But he's still bowling it nice and full. He's nice and attacking. We've still got a slip and a gully in play. And now we've got our catching, short cover and short mid-wicket. This is awesome from Indonesia.
Just straying down the leg side there, Rehan. He's a tall lad, Kendrick.
Yeah, big fella. Looks strong. He's got a nice swing of the bat as well. We saw him crunch one through extra cover just before. So once he gets himself in here, hopefully he can get Vanuatu to a nice big score that they can bowl at later on today.
Still slightly down leg there from Rehan. Hasn't adjusted to the right-left combo here.
Looks like Rehan will change and go left arm around the wicket to angle in to the right-hand Vanuatu skipper. But you can see coming into his 4th or 5th over now that he's just starting to look a little bit tired, losing his action a little bit, and the ball's staying a little bit lower.
Ball's also stopped shaping a little bit now, so he just needs to readjust his line as well.
Here's a nice attacking move. Left arm around the wicket. Oh, well bowled.
Very well bowled. Nicked through the slips there, but unfortunately took out that second slip.
How good is a game of cricket? That could have gone straight down second slip's throat.
Still might have been just wide of that second slip. Very well bowled there from Rehan. Well adjusted after the 2 wides.
And love the angle too. Left arm around the wicket, angling in. As we've now got third man into play now. So mid-wicket stays open. Still got a first slip and a gully.
Almost a third slip rather than a gully there. It's come in real tight.
This will be a bowler killer if it goes through first slip here.
Oh, well fielded there. Forward square leg. Tried whipping it into that mid-wicket gap. Just didn't quite time it. And that's one ball left in the other.
Indonesia look good. Like in the field, they've been, nice and clean, throwing the ball into the keeper. Addy, who's got the gloves today, who looks good.
Oh, edge again through the slips there. Probably would have gone straight to a second slip there. Fielded, now that they've put the third man in, stopped the boundary.
Only going for a single. It's just really good cricket. Like, we've been saying it all day, and that's the end of the over there.
After 8 overs.
Oh yeah, after 8 overs, we've got 1 for 34.
Andreas into his 5th over now.
Andreas to finish off his power play from the TIO stadium end. Same again, both bowlers have bowled so well up top.
Still has the 2 slips in play here for Andreas.
Oh, well bowled there.
Just bowling it slightly fuller.
Looks like a nice plan here from Indonesia, just to bowl nice and full. Get the ball up there. See if we can hit that off stump. Wide called.
Just slightly missing his line there, Andreas.
looking at the Indonesian lineup, there's a few spinners that could play a role later on in today. The temperature might get up to about 31 degrees here in Darwin, which, nice and early, being 10 o'clock here, local time in Darwin. The quicks have been able to bowl 4 or 5 over spells to start the game. But normally the case, the spinners could play a big part.
Trying to make the most of that new ball, get as much swing as they can. Trying to probably get a second or third in the power play here. Slightly over pitch there, well driven straight by Kendrick and well fielded. End of the over, just the one wide from it, another tidy over there by Andreas. Rehan coming in for his 5th over, the last over the power play here. Skies it, fielder getting underneath it, and puts it down.
It's a good effort. It was nice and high, probably into the morning sun as well, so it's probably not the best spot to be catching that ball. But all in all, well bowled again here from Rehan. So talking about the power play, so they're allowed 2 fielders out from overs 1 to 10. And then after that, they'll be allowed to have 4 out until the 40th. And then 5 out from the 40th to the 50th to close out the innings. Nice, good bowling. Great wicket keeping again from Addy. Moving his feet. He's got a big tournament ahead of him. Each team will play 6 games. They'll play everyone once in the qualifier, and the winner will move forward to play in the Under-19s World Cup in Sri Lanka next year.
Slightly shorter there by Rehan, well worked off his pads by Kendrick to fine leg for the single.
So the teams that have already qualified for Sri Lanka next year in the Under-19s World Cup, we've got Afghanistan, Australia, Bangladesh, England, India, Ireland, Pakistan, South Africa, Sri Lanka, the home team. We've got West Indies and Zimbabwe. So the winner of this will play a round-robin competition in 2024 in Sri Lanka.
LBW shout, but I think there was
a bit of bat on that
involved. Well bowled by Rehan again. Right,
good energy from the Indonesians. They're up and about.
That's what you like to see.
Rehan getting the first wicket of today. Getting the first wicket of fan favourite Meltatake.
Good bowled again by Rehan. final ball of the power play here. Rehan into bowl to Lakaya. And it will not be the final ball of the power play as it strays down leg for a wide.
So what do you reckon, Doki? 1 for 37 or 1 for 38 now, coming after the 10th. Who's in front here? What do you reckon?
I think it's pretty even. Indonesia managed to get that big wicket of Meltatake. He looked like he could have done some damage if he got settled. So they've also done a really good job at restricting the run rate as Lakaya nicks that past the keeper to find leg for the single. So that completes the power play. 1 for 39 after the 10 overs. And as I said, I think it's pretty even at the moment. Vanuatu hasn't been scoring at a really fast rate.
Yeah, I think as well. For Vanuatu, they've been nice and positive up top with the bat. They've been looking to score. But for Indonesia, like the way they've been nice and attacking, they've had 2 slips and a gully in for most of the power play. And then for Vanuatu, just to get a few nicks down to third man and fine leg for the boundaries, that's where the score's probably creeped up to going at 4 and over. But overall, I think, yeah, you're right. It is very evenly poised as Andreas comes in for his 6th over.
I like this matchup for Andreas. That natural angle into the right-hander, which will be going away from the left-hander. I reckon we could see some edges here.
Yeah, it's the first time we've actually get a look in at Lakaya here to Andreas.
Gets hit on the pad.
Just a touch straight for a leg by. Andreas would have loved to bowl a full set out him there. Just get it angling in and getting one to straighten outside off, and that's a leg by to Lakaya. Getting all modes of dismissal in there for Andreas, which is a positive to see.
He's been really tidy with his 5 overs so far, only conceding the 12 runs. Struck on the pad. LBW shout given, not out. Probably just sliding down leg there by Andreas. Still bowling nice and full here. Keeping the stumps in play. That's what you want to do in Darwin with the wickets when they're a little bit variable bounce in them. Well bowled by Andreas, well played by Kendrick.
Good cricket all round. Yeah, could be a good toss here to win from Indonesia, winning the toss, sending Vanuatu into bat. Indonesia getting that nice early wicket, but overall the ball's been shaping a little bit. I think when the sun gets onto this wicket now, it's going to flatten out quite nicely, and it looks good to bat on. We've seen some nice drives and back foot punches.
Ooh, as that one stays a
lower.
little bit low.
But it's good, it's nice and full. He's asking questions.
Good value for shots here at DXC Arena at 2. Fast outfield.
In a draw, we will see this game going into a super over as well.
Wouldn't that be awesome? Just over pitching there by Andreas. Just to the right of mid-on for a single. Well played by Kendrick.
Here we go. Here's that matchup we were talking about just before. Andreas coming into bowl to Lakaya.
Up in the air, mid-off settling. Just couldn't get there.
Lakaya's done that a few times today, just chipping it over mid-off, over the 30-yard circle.
Looks like he likes that drive in the air over mid-off.
It's nice, good hands through the ball, good punching. Not trying to overhit it, but he's just getting a lot of height. And that's the end of the 11th over, 1 for 42. Or should we be saying 42 for 1?
I'm Australian, 1 for 42.
Yeah, we might have some fans disagreeing with us, but
Rehan also coming in for his 6th over here. Vanuatu still just going just under 4 runs and over here. Not completely going away from the Indonesian side here. Just outside off there, punched by Lakaya into the covers for no run.
looks like Lakaya's going to be the attacking one here. We've got the skipper down the other end who looks nice and solid, nice and compact.
Playing that anchor role.
Looks like Lakaya's just, got a nice batting technique and nice free-flowing hands. You can just go out there and play your shots. Now the ball's not shaping as much in the air.
Just chipped up. Just falls short of the bowler in Rehan. Indonesia, really impressive the way they've started here with the ball. Bowling very good lines, very good lengths. Haven't bowled too many bad balls. Vanuatu doing well to keep the run rate ticking. Rehan, give me a little stand there. To look
Nice. Good, nice attacking bowling here from Rehan. He might not be the tallest person on the field, but he's running in. He looks nice and competitive.
Very good action on him as well. Nice and tall.
He's only going to grow into that as well. Might get a little bit taller, a little bit stronger, and he'll bowl a couple yards quicker, which will be exciting to see.
Just back of a length punch in front of point for a single. Good
Nice.
batting there.
Good running, good fielding. Good cricket again from Vanuatu. Their running between wicket has been very good. A couple hesitations here and there, but they're looking to rotate the strike with the singles and then also running hard between wickets, running 2s and 3s where possible. As Rehan's going to go back over the wicket.
To the right-handed Kendrick. Just strays down leg there. Not adjusting to the right-handed Kendrick. Rehan into Kendrick again. Back of a length.
Great clipping.
Punch through mid-wicket there. Looking for 2, and they should do it comfortably.
Nice, good throw from the deep there. Now the skipper from Vanuatu, Kendrick, looks nice and compact, as we said before. Good technique, good swing of the bat.
He's 15 from 35 balls, just going slightly slow on the scoring rate, but he's doing a good job anchoring down. Looks like he's just going to try and bat through the innings. LBW shout.
Could be pitching just outside leg.
Ball's just staying a little bit low. End of the 12th over here at DXC Arena 2. Vanuatu are 46 for 1.
change of bowler from the TIO Stadium, and we've got Rama. Coming into bowler's right arm, medium pace.
Big drive, big edge over the slip cordon, running away to the boundary, and he'll get 4 runs for it. A little bit of risk, but as I said earlier, going hard in these one-day games.
It's good from Lakaya, and it's also good from Indonesia. They've got their 2 slips and a gully still in play. You know, so if Lakaya wants to free his arms with width outside off, he's got that licence too. As we see third man dropping back in to the boundary now, so we've only got 1 slip and a gully.
Gully just dropping back to third man there now.
Nice. Rama's got a nice strong action. It looks good. Good game of cricket on our hands for game 1 of the Under-19s Men's Cricket World Cup East Asia Pacific Finals.
Some nice partnership building between Lakaya and Kendrick here. Oh, full toss, no ball. Skies it over square leg. Just gets the single out. Just over the waist there. No ball. Next ball will be a free hit to Kendrick.
This could get Kendrick's innings going, I reckon. If a nice free hit here. Let him face this ball with a bit of freedom. So being a free hit, he cannot go out this delivery. The Vanuatu batters can get ran out to be dismissed. But overall in a game of cricket with this free hit, they can only, or they cannot go out bowled, can't go out caught.
Can only get run out.
So in other words, hit this for 6. As we see the Indonesians putting more fielders back on the boundary. As a dead ball because they're moving the fielders a little bit too late.
Surprised they still have a gully and slip in for this free hit. Would like to see them go into a bit more defensive positions, but don't mind it.
Oh, shot.
Great shot by
Great
Kendrick.
punch down the ground.
Straight down the ground as the ball gets hit towards us.
Great fielding there, Doki.
Thanks, mate.
That's a great shot. Here we go. This could get his innings going that we were talking about before.
Almost fell out of my chair trying to pick up the ball there.
Tell you what, if we have a look at the replay, Rama could be in a bit of trouble here. That was
He's
coming through it
crunched that.
head high.
Pierce the long off and long on fielders. Long off didn't have to move very far there. Went like a... Oh, well bowled. Right on the stumps by Rama. Kendrick trying to swing through the line of the ball again. Misses it. And gets bowled. A bit of frustration there from the captain after crunching that ball straight down the ground off the free hit the ball before.
Bugger, I've jinxed him. Commentator's curse. He's
classic.
The field there, he had a straight mid on and then a square leg, so he's just trying to hit that a little bit too square to mid wicket / square leg. When the ball before he's punched it down the ground nice and straight using the full face of the bat where it looked like just there he's just played across it a little bit. And Rama bowling nice and full on the stumps. Gets the second wicket for Indonesia. And Vanuatu are now 2 for 50. Two for 56. So we've got Lakaya, we got Ray Lakaya into bat now, number 4 for Vanuatu. Oh, great shot.
Great cut shot first up. Punches it behind point there.
Save your legs.
Wasn't
Welcome to the party.
Wasn't a terrible ball there by Rama. Just a great shot by Ramondo Lakaya.
Ramondo, first ball for his ICC Under-19s World Cup. He just crunched that for 4. That is shot of the day.
That's a serious shot.
Skipper got dismissed the ball before, and
Welcome
Raymond Lakaya's gone, no worries, Skipper, I'll take control here.
And full toss, second ball, and he's whacks it through mid-wicket. Big chase on by the fielders, and
He's kept that in.
I
Good
think
fielding.
they've done well there. Hard to tell from here, but well fielded there to keep that to 2. $16 off that over. A good one for Vanuatu, although losing the captain in Kendrick. After the 13th over, Vanuatu are 2 for 62.
So, change of bowl up from the Darwin International Airport end. We've got Houston. Looks like a change of pace here. We've got keeper coming up to the stumps. Could see spin for the first time today. Bowling his right arm off spinners. Going over the wicket to a left-hander, which is a bit...
Oh, Lakaya skies it. Keepers tries to get there. Just falls short. That's Roderick Lakaya, the left-hander.
So Roderick coming at number 3. He's 17 off 24. He was playing the attacking role when the skipper was in before. I think these boys are just going to look to score.
Chipped. A diving effort at backwards square leg. Drops it. Bit of luck here from Roderick Lakaya. His chances arm a few times. Trying to keep that scoreboard ticking over.
So we got the Lakayas at the crease. We're not sure any relation or not. But we got Raymondo at a right-hand batter, who played a beautiful shot to open up his account.
How do you reckon Raymondo is going to play this?
I reckon this is going to be a nice matchup. I think he's going to hit with the spin, and there's a big gap at mid-wicket if he wants that. Oh!
Edge dropped at first slip. Very well bowled by Unison.
Not happy about it either. We don't mean to drop catches. It's part of the game.
Great shot by Raymondo.
Running hard.
Just keeps it to 1 there at long off.
Good fielding in the deep.
Good start here by Unison. Right on the money, straight up. Couple of drop catches already off his bowling, creating chances. You can see something happening in the next few overs with Unison bowling here.
Not sure if we're getting much spin, but it's just a change of pace. As we see a change of angle now. Houston going right arm around the wicket, angling it into Roderick.
Just strays down leg there with the angle. Doesn't look like it gets a whole deal overspin, which is the traditional off-spinning way in Australia. On the back foot, cutting past point, looking for the second.
Great running.
Great running there. Fielder had it in his hands, but just slipped over, which is...
Looks like Raymond, who was fielding across there, who opened the bowling. Done really well to run and cut it off, and then lost his footing. But great running between the Vanuatu batters, coming back for the second.
Well bowled by Unison, right on the money.
Good flight, there we go.
Up, yeah.
Great flight, great change of pace. Mid-off and mid-on are back, so that could be a catching option. And that is the end of the over. After 14 overs, we have got 67 for 2. 2 for 67.
5 runs coming from that Unison over. Couple of chances. As it looks like Rama is going to continue.
Not bad from Yusuf. Great start for him with the ball, then he'll jump straight back into first slip.
That's the best way, eh? Rama in to his second over. After getting the wicket of Kendrick, just full toss there. Raimondo plays it down a fine leg for a single.
It's good from Raymond. He's bowled one waist height, no ball, but he's looking to bowl it nice and full. Got a nice, strong wrist position. Oh, great shot.
Great shot by Roderick Lakaya. Straight down the ground. Trickles over the boundary for 4 runs.
Hitting it straight to us at the com box here at DXC Arena number 2. Same again. Raymond just over pitching just a little bit. But great bat plane, hitting it straight down the ground for 4.
Roderick Lakaya moves to 24 off his 20 balls. He's keeping the run rate ticking as we see a change of field. Long on drops out to the boundary. Still have a slip and gully in play as he chips it to that long on fielder as mentioned. Looking for 2, does well to keep it to 1.
Good fielding, good throw. Good, Raymer into the attack again from the TIO Stadium end.
It's been an entertaining start to the day here. A couple of really nice shots. A lot of chances being made, couple of drop catches. Indonesia have been pretty good with the ball. Been pretty good with their ground fielding as well. Just a few drop catches have let them down for a few wickets here. Great shot by Raimondo. Just over pitching again but from Rama. 4 runs through mid-wicket for Raimondo.
Great intent here from 2 batters from Vanuatu. Anything over pitch, they're just looking to pounce on really. And as we saw before, Raimondo's first ball is anything too short. He just leant back and cut. So it's good intent here. There's fielders starting to go back on the boundary now, so there's heaps of singles out there. Good cricket from Vanuatu. Indonesia can start to try and squeeze a couple of dots here together.
As he misses a cut shot that he laced on his first ball.
End of the 15th over, 77 for 2.
Unison coming in to his second over now, bowling to the left-handed Roderick Lakaya, inside edge into the leg side field for a single.
Great running again. That was just either side of the field and they've just ran straight away. Good cricket here. Good matchup. There's a couple chances in the last over. Here's that matchup. Raimondo, Lakaya. Bowled him.
Went for the big sweep shot across the line.
Great celebration from Yusuf as well. Just a touch full there to be slog sweeping. There was a vacant gap out there in deep mid-wicket. But just a touch full and bowled leg stump. Raimondo Lakaya dismissed for 12 off 9 deliveries. Very entertaining 12.
And I think that brings drinks.
So after drinks, they are Vanuatu are 3 for 77.
Cricket 365 is proudly supported by Real Estate Central, Darwin's leading real estate agency. Thrifty Car and Van Rental, proudly driving Cricket 365. Airport Development Group, proud sponsor of Cricket 365. Quality People Recruitment, specialising in finding quality, hard-to-get professionals. And Duke's Cricket Balls, iconic, handmade, good for cricket.
Solid defence there from Steve.
Oh, a bit of pop there off the wicket by Unison. Well played there by Steve. Unison into Steve.
Cutting to backward point for a dot. Unison looking good. Steve looking good. He got that short ball just before and rocked back on his back foot, using the crease, using his feet quite well, which is hard to do early days against a spinner.
Good
Nice.
flight there by Unison.
Well bowled, well played, good cricket. And after 16 overs, Vanuatu are 3 for 78.
Still very evenly poised here at DXC Arena 2 between Indonesia and Vanuatu.
Yeah, Roderick Lakaya's looking really good. He come in at number 3. He's still in at the moment. He is 26 off 30 deliveries. He was the aggressor at the start, looking to take the game on, keep the run rate ticking over. Not sure if we've got to change a bowler or not. A little bit of confusion. Same bowler in Rehan for Indonesia.
A few more fielders out on the boundary here now. For
Keeper up to the start. Oh no,
Roderick
keeper's
Lakaya.
gone back, sorry. I apologise.
Great shot. Slight misfield there at point. Just a single there. Really nice shot there by Roderick Lakaya.
Nice little match up here for us. We've got Steve and Rehan.
Slip just moves to a gully there. Oh, ball stays low. Goes under the bat of Steve and bowls him.
Well bowled there for Rehan. Bowling it a touch short, staying a touch low.
I haven't seen that happen too many times yet today. It's kind of the first time the pitch has behaved a little bit strangely.
Looked like Rehan also stopped at the crease a little bit and didn't actually bowl through. So didn't get the purchase off a turf wicket that you normally would. Could be a sign for Vanuatu to play on the front foot a little bit more. Scores being 4 for 77. New batter for Vanuatu, Casavio. Rama still into the attack for Indonesia. Picking up his second wicket now, 2 for 27 into his third.
Great shot to mid off for no run. He's been a bit expensive, Rama, but he's picked up a few wickets here.
Kaza just giving himself a little bit of room, hitting through the offside.
Well bowled by Rama. Right on the money, off stump. Castle's Casavio.
Casavio, just same with the last delivery, just giving himself a little bit of room on the leg side so he can access the offside, but great bowling from Rama. Getting it through the gap between bat and pad and taking leg stump with it. So very well bowled. Indonesia picking up a nice couple wickets here.
Vanuatu 5 down now. I reckon Indonesia just sneaking ahead of the game here with the last few wickets. Good thing for Vanuatu, though, is Roderick Lakaya still at the crease. 27 off his 31 so far. He's the key to Vanuatu setting a defendable total here now.
So new batter for Vanuatu, Shea.
Overpitched by Rama, well played by Shea to mid-off for no run.
Tell you what, Vanuatu, they're driving well. Anything that's overpitched, they're looking to hit it straight, they're looking to score. There's been just a couple of deliveries just sneaking through their defence, which has come to good bowling from Rama.
Overpitched again, big swing to mid-on for no run.
And at the end of the 17th over, Vanuatu are 79 for 5.
Or 5 for 79 for the Australian viewers. Unison continuing his spell.
Unison coming into bowl in Darwin, in Northern Territory, in our dry season here. Looking at 28 degrees. Beautiful day for cricket.
Weather's been absolutely stunning up here in Darwin the last few weeks. Popped up by Roderick Lakaya to cover, just falls short.
Lot to do up here in Darwin, whether you're into your fishing, going down, going camping, whatever you like to do, there's heaps to do up here in Darwin.
Nice shot to point, well fielded there. That backward point to keep it to a dot. Could you sense something's going to happen here, I reckon? Oh, and Roderick Lakaya takes it on, off the full toss. Fielder overruns it, and it goes for 4. Not the best ball by Unison that he's bowled, and Roderick Lakaya takes care of it and puts it away for a boundary.
Nice. Roderick, nice swing of the bat again there. Probably to the longest boundary towards the airport end. If that would have been at the other side, I'm pretty sure that would have been 6 of the best. Nice, great follow-up.
Good follow-up.
And good cricket from Roderick. He's the one for Vanuatu to get a nice competitive score, and being game 1 of the ICC Under-19s World Cup East Asia Pacific qualifier. Not sure what a pass score might be, but either way, Roderick will play a part in that as he punches that through cover for a single.
Unison having his first look at Shea here. On the back foot, well played. And that's the end of the over. 5 coming from that Unison over after the boundary from Lakaya.
We all seek different in our own ways, and nowhere lets you be who you are and find what you seek like the Northern Territory. So if you seek different, this is the holiday for you.
We've got a change of bowler from the TIO Stadium end. We got Today coming into bowl, starting off with a wide outside off. Talking to the manager before, the nickname is Today.
As we see a change of angle, left arm over the wicket. Looks like he bowls some left arm orthodox. A lot of flight, up in the air. Fielder settles, drops it but saves the boundary, keeps it to 1.
So Roderick gets another life. He's 33 off 37 deliveries. With their change of bowler Today, I liked him going left arm over the wicket to Roderick.
Oh, looks like there was a little bit of turn there.
I'll be pretty keen to see Today, the Indonesian bowler, to go left arm around the wicket to the right-hand batter to angle it in and then spin it away.
I agree.
As he's going to stay around. Nice action.
Missing a cut shot there. Roderick, Lakaya. Looking pretty solid at the crease here. He's had a few lives. See if he can make the most of them. And as I say that, he misses a pull shot and gets bowled. Classic commentator's curse again.
We're 2 from 2 here.
Oh no. Well bowled by Today, right on the money, on the stumps, and
Yeah, it's smart bowling from Today, just taking the pace off a little bit, not getting the bounce as you would normally. But, Roderick going back into it, playing his shot too early and getting bowled, which will be the 6th dismissal today being bowled. So, full credit to Indonesia bowling at the stumps. And the score is 6 for 87. So looking at the bowling figures here, Rehan getting 3 wickets off his 3 overs. Going for 27 runs, but you get the 3 wickets. You take that if you're in Indonesia's position.
LBW shout given, not out. New batter in for Vanuatu is Saru.
Nice, I really like this. Left arm around the wicket, angling in.
Like this field as well. Just strained down leg. Slight appeal for caught behind there, but is given a wide.
I'm pretty keen to see Today here from Indonesia bowling his left arm orthodox just to work into his spell. Looks like a nice action. Bit of nerves early. Great flight.
play and miss there from Saru. A little bit of drop there from today, getting that nice overspin.
And after 19 overs, the score is 88 for 6.
Just dropping slightly short there from Unison. Well played off the back foot by Shea Narai.
Hopefully all the Vanuatus are watching all the other dismissals. Probably not getting on the back foot too much. With the pace off the ball isn't getting through.
Well bowled, right on the money there by Unison. Well played there by Shea.
I think Indonesia will be pretty happy here, winning the toss, having a bowl. Their quicks look really good up top, and now the spinners are doing the work throughout the middle here. So, setting the platform for Indonesia.
Great hands there from Saru. Just works it past long on for one. Good running by the two Vanuatu batsmen.
Yusuf will be quite happy with him stepping back. Happy for Shea to step back and try and spin it through the gap.
Just keep trying to hit those stumps. Great shot, straight down the ground, over Yusuf's head, and long on comes ground and picks it up clearly. Good fielding. In comes Unison, just drags it slightly short, and Saru pulls it to deep square leg for one run.
It's nice. Hopefully Vanuatu can keep building on this partnership here. They have lost a couple of quick wickets. But hopefully these two can just hang around a little bit, spend some time out in the middle, keep rotating the strike, and after 20 overs, we are 92 for 6.
Today, back into the attack again. Couple of changes in the field here. Still got that slip in, nice and aggressive. See if he can get a little bit of turn. Today coming into his second over here, bowling to Saru. Great shot by Saru, pulling it to deep square leg. Well fielded in the deep there for one run.
I like what Indonesia are doing here. So they've got the deep square leg out in the boundary, which is a big boundary out that side. And then they've got a wide mid-on, no one deep on the boundaries. So it's making the batters hit against the spin if they want to.
Just straying down leg there today. Like this offside field as well. Slip in play. Deep cover point just to protect that short and wide one. And then the long off as well. And
There
as
we
you
go.
mentioned, going against the spin over long on. Great shot there from Saru.
Great shot, great cricket. You know, risk versus reward. Vanuatu get a couple runs hitting over that fielder, and in reply, Indonesia might get another wicket
Sorry,
in
that
doing
was,
so.
that was Shea that hit that shot. and bowls him. Today on the money again. Shea trying to give himself some room. Gives himself too much, misses the ball and gets bowled.
Great bowling there from Indonesia's left arm orthodox today. Great angling into the right-hander and then spinning it away, taking off stump. This is a great start here from Indonesia.
Today, after getting the wicket, just strays down leg to Josh Andrew, the new batter for Vanuatu. Dead ball. Ball just slips out of his hand there. Well played by Josh there. Just slightly back of a length there, but from today, just staying a little bit low. And Josh, watching the previous dismissals, getting onto the front foot and keeping it out.
Well bowled, very well bowled.
Right on the money from today. Bit more flight there from today and just strays down leg again. Just slightly missing his line here. Giving it a good flight, giving it a good amount of flight here. Oh, that is very well bowled from today. Bit more overspin on that one and a little bit of turn from today. After 21 overs, Vanuatu are 98 for 7. Change of bowler here for Indonesia, and Dika comes into the attack, and it looks like he's bowling leg spin. Good shot there from Saru to long on for a single.
Good fielding out in the deep as well. I think that's our little Rehan left arm opening bowler who started off today.
Bowled very, very well at the start. Opening bowlers for Indonesia set up the day. Bowling tight early on, creating a few chances, a few drop catches, but they bowled very, very well. Well bowled there from Ndika. Play and miss by Josh.
I think if our fan favourite Malatake was still in batting, could be in a different story.
Very different story. Nice action there from Ndika. Just straying a little bit wide there.
Yeah, and Ndika looks good here. I think first slip might be a touch close, considering he's bowling nice and his leg spinners are quite fast out of the hand.
Just a slight change in field here. Mid-wicket's just going a little bit straighter, more to a cow corner there. Maybe for that big slog sweep. Well bowled. Right on the money. Josh just in behind it, dropping it back to the bowler.
It's nice. Looks like good cricket wicket here. The quick's got enough swing, and our spinner's getting a nice bit of spin. Well bowled, great flight.
Looks like he's getting nice revs on the ball here. Bit of drift, a bit of dip, bit of turn. Good bowling from Ndika. Big swing from Josh. Plays and misses it.
Nice. I like the intent here from Josh. Anything with width, he's going to try and swing his arms, and he's hitting with the spin as well, so he's got a license to do so.
Nice shot from Josh to deep cover point. Looking for the second, but they'll stick to one. Good field.
Stadium end.
He's looking dangerous as well. Oh, well bowled. A little bit of purchase, a little bit of spin.
I like what they're doing here. They've got deep mid-wicket, now deep long on. There's a big gap there. If Vanuatu want to punch it in the gap there for a run.
And
or
as
a hoik.
you say that, in the air, out to the deep fielder, doesn't carry, and he does well to keep it to one out there in the deep. Well bowled again from today. Good tempter.
It's good. Looks like Indonesia are happy to go for a couple runs here and there, but in reply, they normally bounce back with a wicket.
Yeah. As cover comes in a little bit closer into a catching position, and Josh just pats it down to the ground. Bringing long on up for Josh Andrew here. Saying, if you want to take it on, please do.
Oh.
Appeal for LBW off the pad.
Pitching outside leg. Good call there from John Ganane.
Signalling leg byes.
As we have our shoelaces, and good team spirit here helping him do his shoelaces while he's got his batting gloves on. Awesome from Indonesia.
Did that at the drinks as well, I think. So that's good sportsmanship from the Indonesian side. Still a lot of energy from the Indonesian fielding side. Today bowling well. Well bowled, well played, good cricket all round there. Shot, great shot from Saru today, just dropping short a little bit. Saru onto the back foot, laced it behind square leg, past the deep fielder for 4 runs.
Nice. These are handy runs here for Vanuatu. They've now gone up to 112 off 25 overs. So we're at the halfway mark, but unfortunately for Vanuatu, losing 7 wickets.
116 now with that boundary. I think the game is still slightly in Indonesians' hands here. As we see a change of bowler for Indonesia. As we see Teguh come into the attack. Bowling right arm fast. We see a couple of slips come into play now.
My man Adakea, that I've picked for the leading wicket taker, has just been dragged.
He bowled, looked like he was bowling very well.
Oh, prove me wrong. Well bowled.
Tagu straight on the money, first ball, and it gets through the defences of Josh Andrew. Clean bowls in. Vanuatu are now 8 for 116. In a little bit of trouble here, Vanuatu. Indonesia bowling well.
Negative. For Vanuatu, we got a new batter. Gramilia.
Struck on the pad, given not out. Good appeal there from Indonesia. Tagu bowling well here, right on the money. First up to the new batter.
Tagu looks really good. He's only in his second delivery. He's got good pace. Looks like he's getting some good shape as well.
It's very good action as well. Catch. That's a good running from Vanuatu. Punched it to mid-on. Slightly in the air there. Falling short to mid-on. Tagu right on the money. And as you said, Dill, does look like he's getting a little bit of shape with a 25 overall ball. Well bowled again, right on the money. Really well bowled there from Tagu.
Very happy with what we're seeing here.
Saru is playing a vital role now in this lower order of the Vanuatu batting side. Tagu into Saru, and big swing, and as I say, Saru's playing an important role. He gets castled, goes to the big swing and inside edges the ball onto his stumps and gets bowled.
Well bowled, as we're seeing a little hint of reverse tango.
A little bit of reverse swing there from Tagu back into the right-hander and brings the undoing of Saru. That's the end of the over. 26 overs gone. Vanuatu are 9 for 117. New batter in for Vanuatu is Wally Mansale. And we also have a change of bowling here from Indonesia. Today being dragged, and Andreas, the opening bowler, being put back into the attack to try and clean up this tail.
Andreas hasn't got a wicket today, but he deserves one or two.
He bowled very well in that
The
first
way
spell.
him and Rehan bowled up top, bowling the first 10 to 12 overs, really set up the day for Indonesia. And then for Indonesia, the spinners getting the wickets throughout the middle. And then wickets in the last over there.
Let's see if Vanuatu's tail can wag a little bit. And Andreas
Great
is
hands.
right on the money. Nicks it to third man for a single. Does Graydon Miller.
As we see the new batter, Wally, coming in to face his first delivery for
Left-handed.
Vanuatu.
Slip gets put into play, I like it. Nice and aggressive, and Andreas comes around the wicket to try and bring those stumps into play a little bit more.
As we see, we've got a big crowd rolling here at DXE number 2. A few people sitting on the hill watching, which is really good to see. We've got a lot of cricket coming up over the next 10 days.
Play and miss from Wally. Well bowled from Andreas. Right on the money. Trying to get a little bit of shape. Looks like he was a little bit away from the left-handed Wally there. Andreas into Wally. Little bit of shape away from him. Plays and misses again. Really well bowled here from Andreas. That looks like it's shaping quite a lot actually on the replay there. Definitely a hint of reverse swing that we have picked up, which is strange as the ball's only 26 overs old here. Strays it down leg side, lets it go to fine leg for no run. Hits him in the pad. Big. Looks like it's going quite big now, Dill.
It's nice getting that angle as well going around the wicket. Getting some nice shapes. Glad to be sitting this side of the fence instead of out there. With Andreas coming into bowl.
Down
and
leg.
Straying down leg for a wide. Probably trying to chase them stumps too much.
Well, big. Looks like the ball is swinging quite a lot now. Andreas being a little bit greedy.
Yeah, Andreas needs to get back to what he was doing in his first spell. Just bowling really good deliveries. Hitting the top of off.
Nice aggressive field here. Catches close in the offside and leg side. Gully in play. That's better. A slight appeal there, but I think Wally hit the ground. It's been good, the Indonesian bowlers today. Right on the money. Couple of drop chances from Indonesia, but apart from that, their fielding and bowling has been excellent. Big appeal, given not out. Wally trying to play a big straight drive there, playing and missing it through to the keeper. That's the end of the over, and Vanuatu are after 27 overs, they're 9 for 119. Tagu continuing his spell here, trying to clean up this Vanuatu tail after picking up a couple of wickets last over. Great shot from Gray Miller. Tagu right on the money again. And Gray Miller plays a nice shot to mid-off there, keeps it out.
Good to see the Indonesian lads are still up and about here, trying to close out the innings.
Great shot through the covers. Beats cover, mid-off, gets around and cuts it off, kick it to the single. Good fielding there at mid-off. Great shot from Gray Miller. Tagu, again, right on the money.
Brings Wally on strike. One of the youngest players in the competition. Does look one of the smallest, but one of the youngest at 15, which is exciting for Vanuatu moving forward.
Tagu into Wally.
Shot. Great hands.
Great shot. Pass backward point. Looking for two. They're coming back. Close run out chance. And Wally makes it. Good running from the Vanuatu batsman. Great shot there from Wally.
Great hands from Wally, just hitting that behind point. And good running between wickets as well. Getting the score to 120 for 9.
Tagu changing angles, coming over the wicket. Into Wally. Right on the money. Wally jumps away, plays and misses it. Not far away from the stumps there.
Very well
bowled.
Very good pace as well. Exciting for Indonesia. If we thought they had two really good opening bowlers to start today, imagine this fella with a brand new ball in his hand.
Bowling well. Tagu in. Well played by Wally on the money. And Wally in behind it. Tagu honing in on those stumps. Tagu into Wally again. Hit on the pad. Given not out. Big appeal for LBW there.
Nice. Great call there from Claire, one of the ICC umpires. Looks like it was sliding down leg, and at the end of the over, after 28 overs, we are Vanuatu.
Cricket 365 is proudly supported by Real Estate Central, Darwin's leading real estate agency. Thrifty Car and Van Rental, proudly driving Cricket 365. Airport Development Group, proud sponsor of Cricket 365. Quality People Recruitment, specialising in finding quality, hard-to-get professionals. And Duke's Cricket Balls, iconic, handmade, good for cricket.
Andreas he gets hit on the pad, given not out. Andreas right on the money again, also honing in on those stumps. Nice little breeze coming through here at DXC Arena 2. Lovely day for cricket. Beautiful weather here in Darwin in the dry season.
Beautiful 30 degrees. Nice breeze, as we said. Awesome conditions here.
Big swing from Gray Miller, and Andreas gets his first wicket and closes out the innings.
A very well-deserved wicket as well. Looking at his figures, 1 for 16 after 7 overs, and to close out Vanuatu, all out for 122 after 28 overs. Good start here. Vanuatu looked good with the bat in the middle, looking to put on a big score, but then the Indonesian bowlers and the Indonesian spinners in particular really setting the tone and getting a couple breakthrough wickets. So as we get into our innings break now, Vanuatu all out for 122. and we'll see Indonesia try and chase that down after the break.
Cricket 365 is proudly supported by Real Estate Central, Darwin's leading real estate agency. Thrifty Car and Van Rental, proudly driving Cricket 365. Airport Development Group, proud sponsor of Cricket 365. Quality People Recruitment, specialising in finding quality, hard-to-get professionals. And Duke's Cricket Balls, iconic, handmade, good for cricket. Cricket 365 is proudly supported by Real Estate Central.
Welcome to the waterfront. There are a million reasons to come. Where the water meets the land, a place to connect, enjoy and relax. Open every day, 7 seasons a year. Plan your next visit to Darwin's tropical resort today at waterfront.nt.gov.au. We all seek different in our own ways because different reflects who you are, who you want to be, and nowhere lets you be who you are and find what you seek like the Northern Territory. So if you seek different, this is the holiday for you. The Northern Territory, different in every sense. We all seek different in our own ways, and nowhere lets you be who you are and find what you seek like the Northern Territory. So if you seek different, this is the holiday for you.
Yeah. Yes. But it's not working now.
You need to go up or down?
Yeah. I tried it.
I'll ring Matt. Right, he's coming to help you.
Oh, really? Thank you.
Great job. Really, really good. Perfect.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, perfect. I need you to do all the games. Thanks, Maddie.
Sometimes not working.
So I would push that so that turns it off because of battery, and then when you want to go up, so it'll light up. So that's like off. Yeah, so that's on,
Off.
off.
Ah, okay.
Okay, so that's off.
I need off.
That's off now,
Oh, yeah, now.
and then pull it, pull, on.
Oh, ah,
Yeah.
okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
So keep it when you're up there, turn it off.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Are you coming down? Are you getting out?
Ah, yeah. I take out water.
I might just
Thank you.
make sure it works. I'll go up. Liv, child lock is on. Like the tilt.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back here to DXC Arena 2 here in Darwin for the Under-19 World Cup qualifiers. To start the day off, we had Vanuatu lose the toss and get sent into bat, and Indonesia bowled really well, took 10 wickets and kept Vanuatu to 122 runs. Opening the batting now for Indonesia is Marlon Vuram and Tagu.
Going to be a good contest here. I think for Vanuatu, it'll be really important for them to get a couple early wickets in this power play. And as we see, speaking of, we got 3 slips and a gully, which is really exciting.
Very aggressive start. Opening the bowling for Vanuatu is Shane Narai.
Good gauge. The keeper's wicket keeping back quite a bit, so might get some pace on here.
A lot of slips in play. I think the gully's moved into a 4th slip, so very aggressive field here. Defending not the highest of totals, but let's see what Good bowling there from Shay Narai. On the money, getting a bit of shape. Real aggressive field there. 4 slips in play. Trying to see if they could get a couple of earlier wickets. Defending their 120. Been a couple of plays and misses already here from the Indonesian batsman. Nice shot, well bowled, good cricket all around there. Bowling a little bit fuller there, Shane Arai. Opening batsman for Indonesia, Marlon Verum, just playing and missing there.
I like this from Vanuatu. Got all their slips in play. The quicks look quick. Good shape. As we see a fly backward point.
4th slip's moved into a, as Dylan said, more of a fly, slip, gully position. Right on the money is the Vanuatu opening bowlers. Indonesian batters look solid in defence so far.
I think Indonesia have been playing smart cricket all day. They know not to lose a couple wickets early. Don't give Vanuatu a sniff into the game.
Well played into the leg side there. Through to mid-on, looking for the single, but the fielder's done well to keep it to a dot. And that's the end of the 3rd over. Indonesia are none for 8. Bowling from the TIO Stadium end is the captain of Vanuatu, Kendrick. Still three slips in play and that fly gully position. Nice shot through the leg side by Tagar. Looking for 2 but just kept it to 1 there. A little bit of confusion from the Indonesian batsman between the wickets. Vanuatu creating a nice little bubble of energy in the field here to start the proceedings. Kendrick just messing up his run up a couple of times there. Bowls a little bit shorter, a little bit wider, plays a miss by Marlon Burham on the back foot trying to cut it through the offside. Couple of early wickets here from Vanuatu would make the game very interesting. Thoughts, Dylan?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Well bowled, right on the money again.
No, I think they're actually bowling really well. They actually deserve a couple wickets here. But as mentioned before, Indonesia are just sticking to their guns, playing good cricket, nice and solid, get through this new ball, and then in the middle overs, hopefully they can just keep rotating the strike. Their target is 123, so they've got 50 overs to do so.
Indonesian batters here doing a good job to get through this opening spell so far from the Vanuatu Quicks. Bowling well on the spot, getting a little bit of shape either way, or play and miss from Marlon Burham.
Great length, great line.
Bringing those 3 slips into play here. Big gap through the covers as Marlon Burham tries to drive through that gap. More of a traditional two-day cricket field this is, and I love how aggressive the Vanuatu team is being. Goes a little bit wider, does Kendrick and Marlon Burham. Let's go through the keeper, and that's the end of the 4th over, and Indonesia are none for 9. Shane Narai back in for his 3rd over, and again just straight on the money. Bowling very well here are the Vanuatu bowlers, opening bowlers here.
It's a very good length, very good line, but if anything, I'd love him to bowl a little bit straighter to make him play, see if we can get a bowl dismissal, LB, or if not, shape away, caught behind.
Very well bowled.
That's better there from Shea.
Challenge the opening batter's defence here. Toss him into that drive, bring those 3 slips into play. Big gap through the covers there. I'm sure Tagu would be thinking about that drive right about now. And as I say that, he plays and misses. As Dylan said, just was fraction straighter. Entice that shot a little bit more. Bring the stumps into play. Good bubble of energy here from the Vanuatu fielders.
Great shot.
It's a better line there. Bring the stumps into play. Bit of away shape there. Brings the slips into play as well. Nice and solid in defence there is Tagu. Playing the ball straight back down the wicket. Well bowled. Just letting that go through the keeper, Tagu. Being real watchful in Indonesian opening batters here. Cautious not to lose an early wicket. Very well bowled again there from Shane Ryan.
That close out a maiden there from Shea.
Tagu, very watchful for his first 12 balls. Only 2 scored, and Marlon is also just one of his 19 deliveries faced. Opening batters are being very, very watchful here. Kendrick here in for his 3rd over. Very well bowled right on the stumps. As spoke about earlier, bringing into play the LBW and bowl dismissals, as well as bringing those slips into play if the ball can nip a little bit. Maybe get a little bit of swing. Indonesian batsmen need to be careful here that they don't dig themselves into a hole if they lose a few wickets here. Still need to be trying to score as Marlon Verum does there with the ball that's a little bit fuller. Kendrick into Marlon again. Well played into the offside for no run. As an experienced cricketer, Dylan, what would you be doing in a scenario like this as a batter?
As a batter, you've got a licence pretty much. Look at all these. You got your 3 slips and a gully into play. You can pretty much create your own luck. I'd love to see these Indonesian batters with a plan and go anything full outside off. They can really free their arms for it, and it can go over the slips for 4. Or if he hits it really well, then he can hit it through the covers for 4. Just having a little plan, just, don't let the bowlers settle, don't let the bowlers just sit in on a length. Then in saying that, from a bowling side of things, you could get one to go upstairs, and then the next ball, give them a little tempter outside off, and their feet might not be moving, and catch the outside edge.
Yep, completely agree. I think as watchful as the Indonesian batters are doing, they're doing a good job. I think they just need to show a little bit more intent with the bat here.
They're in a good stage where they've bowled really well. They're only chasing 120. Once they get the shine off this new ball, and when the fielders start spreading out in the middle overs, then they can start to rotate the strike accordingly.
Yeah, definitely. Edges that one through the gap to third man. Backward point does the fielding. Good fielding there just to keep it to 1 run. Kendrick now bowling to Dagu. Bowls it a little bit wider as the umpire calls a wide. Gets struck on the pad, LBW shout, given, not out, really well bowled there from Kendrick, really nice over from him, just the 3 off it. That completes the 6th over of the Indonesian batting innings, and they are 12 for no loss.
Shea back into bowl from the Darwin International Airport end. Nice, well bowled again. I think it's really important here for Vanuatu just to stay patient with it. Don't try and chase wickets bowling at leg stump and get leaked for runs.
I think Vanuatu started awesomely here, just bashing away to length, hoping the ball does something. And Indonesia have done well to not lose a wicket yet, but just got to be careful that they don't give Vanuatu a sniff here. Very good start from the Vanuatu bowlers. That's very well bowled from Shea Narai. Bit of swing, bit of nip, getting a bit of purchase with this new ball. Edges it past third slip.
Nice fielding, great throw.
Keeps it just a 2.
Good running between wickets there from Indonesia. Doing the basics well.
Vanuatu just need to keep being boring here. Keep stacking these dots. See if Indonesia want to try and the Indonesian opening batters want to try something different. Very consistent bowling here from the Vanuatu opening bowlers. And that completes the 7th over of the Indonesian batting innings. Just the 2 coming from it. Shay Narai being very tidy with his 4 overs so far. None for 3 for his 4 overs. Indonesia are none for 14 off 7. And looks like Kendrick is coming on for his 4th over of this spell. Very well bowled from the captain, Kendrick, of the Vanuatu side. Getting a little bit of shape back into the right-hander there. Right on the money. Not giving the Indonesian batsman anything here. Just got to keep staying patient as a Vanuatu opening bowler here. There's that short ball you were talking about, and there's a mix-up with the Indonesian batters, and Vanuatu failed to complete the run out.
Nice, good to see there from Vanuatu. They're all up and about in the field. They know a chance is coming. It's just a matter of time now for Vanuatu to take their first wicket. They're bowling really well. They deserve it.
Just over-adjusting there from the wide down the leg. Now, over-correcting himself there, Kendrick. Going too wide outside the off stump.
Coming into his 4th over. It's it is quite warm up here in Darwin. We're looking at 30 degrees with a light breeze.
Humidity.
There's
rising.
a lot of games of cricket happening in these 10 days. So you'll see a lot of quick bowlers bowl around that, 3 to 4 over mark, potentially even 5 or 4 to 5.
Great running from the Indonesian batsman there.
Nice. There's that batting intent that we want. Then they'll start to create their own luck and keep ticking the scoreboard over.
Nick and past third slip there. Diving effort by the third slip. Great effort there. And the Indonesian batsmen add 2 more runs to the total. Good energy here from the Vanuatu side. Just need to be patient.
Yeah, that's it. I was about to say the same thing. Stay patient. Keep bowling good balls, good deliveries.
Don't need to go hunting for wickets here. Just strays too wide again, outside off stump. Not super happy with himself, the captain, Kendrick.
can see that with his bowling action. It is quite wide, and then it does angle across.
Quite slingy.
Would love to see a left-hander come in and he can just angle it into the left-hander. No, it's good. It's the beauty about having different bowlers, different bowling techniques, different bowling actions.
Yep. Kendrick coming into bowl again. Bowls it slightly fuller, and Marlon punches it through backwards square leg for 4. That's probably the first real bad ball that the Vanuatu opening bowlers have bowled. And the Indonesian batters have been really patient and watchful, and then they get their reward.
In a blink of an eye, they're none for 24 in the 8th over. So it's turning out to be a good first power play for Indonesia.
Just the 2 fielders outside the ring allowed in the first 10 overs here. Indonesia batting well here. Good follow-up ball there from Kendrick. Marlon being very watchful. Only 13 runs scored off the bat so far this innings, so the Vanuatu bowlers, although they're bowling well, there have been quite a few wides and other extras in this total. As another one gets bowled outside off.
Bad luck here from the skipper. You can see he's given it everything. Been a workhorse up front, bowling fast, bowling into the pitch. I'd love to see his follow through, finish a little bit straighter instead of jumping off the pitch straight away. Keep finishing at first slip, keep going forward to the wicket keeper.
Vanuatu teammates getting around their captain here. See if he can follow up better. That's a
nice,
ball.
well bowled, and
Back.
good finish up too.
Just as you said there, his follow through was a little bit straighter that time, which allowed him to finish off his action and bowl it where he wanted to bowl it. And after the 8th over, Indonesia are now none for 25. Kendrick conceding 21 of those runs off his 4 overs. Shane Narai continuing his spell, coming into his 5th over now. Captain Kendrick looks like he's a little bit tired after that over. He's bowled a few extras. Looks pretty frustrated with himself. Still a lot of buzz here around the field at DXC Arena too. So he keeps staying patient, the Vanuatu bowlers. Indonesia doing well to quell this attack. Right on the money once again from Shane Narai. Well fielded, well played, good cricket all around there. Shane Narai bowling a really good line of length there, and Tagu in behind it.
We have penciled ourselves in for a good game of cricket here. Indonesia looking to take it deep. You see a lot of teams in white ball cricket. As Shade comes in here, bumper, nice.
Well bowled.
As a lot of teams in white ball cricket, in limited over cricket, they might look to get this game over and done with as soon as possible. Or we see tactics like what Indonesia are doing here and looking to take the game deep, keep wickets in hand.
One of the problems with taking the game deep is it's safe. It's a safer option, but if you lose a couple of your set batters, then that puts immense pressure on the new guys coming in. Although It's not the biggest of totals to chase. It can be an awkward total, because as Dylan said, there's kind of a few tactics to if you could go after it straight away, try and get that run rate up, or as Indonesia are doing here, just bat time and just tick away at it slowly. Shea just bringing his length back a little bit now, trying to hit the deck a little bit harder.
Getting a few around the chin music. Good cricket here, couple of short balls. We might see one at the toes now.
5 dots so far this over.
Very impressive figures too. None for 3 off his, coming onto his 5th.
Very well bowled. Maiden to Shea Narai. Very well bowled that over. He finishes his 5th over. He is none for 3 of his 5 overs. Indonesia are none for 25 off 9.
Change of bowler for Vanuatu, Kazarino into the attack.
Bit of confusion with the Indonesian batters that they're running.
Spike's got a little bit stuck into the turf and just a little loosener, which is all good. Run up looks good, everything looks good. Now we can work into his spell. As mentioned before, they've all 7 teams travelling up here to Darwin in Australia. Up in the Northern Territory, they've got access to training on turf wickets and hard wickets. And now it's just all the nerves and well bowled. Good intent in the field too. Now it's just stringing it all together now in a game sense. We're into the 10th over now, last over the power play, and as all day we've seen slips in play, which is so exciting.
Aggressive field set.
Oh, loose shot, but I like that.
Game quite evenly poised. Yeah, Indonesia probably just slightly in front of the game. Not losing a wicket. Well fielded at backward point there. One-handed pick up and throw. Keeps it to a dot. Very, very good fielding there.
And great moving behind the scenes as well. All the Vanuatu fielders running around, backing up.
Very, very good.
All positive cricket here at the moment, which is good. As we see third slip jump out now. Hopefully we see him go into a catching mid-wicket.
Ooh, where's he going? He's a little bit of indecision there, and he's going into a catching mid-wicket, as Dylan said. Good call, I think. Still the 2 slips in play here.
So now we can bowl a little bit straighter.
As he does.
Yeah. And good shapes away from him too. So we got the 2 slips in play. This is exciting cricket here.
Very nice shapes.
I know Vanuatu are only a couple wickets away to, I reckon, breaking this game open a little bit here. I know they've only got, Indonesia only need 100 runs, but you can see they're up and about, the boys.
That's one of the risks of trying to just bat slower and deeper, is if you do lose a few of your set batters, and as we saw a no ball full toss as Indonesia batter Marlon plays and misses at it. if you do lose a few wickets, it does put a lot of pressure on the batters coming in to get started and build an innings. And it gives Vanuatu a sniff. They think they're in the game. And you saw that happen with the one-day final a couple of weeks ago here, played in the Darwin local competition. Gets struck on the pad on the free hit. Well bowled. Good comeback by Casavillo.
Casavillo looking good. All the quick bowlers have looked good, really, today from Indonesia and Vanuatu. It's, you know, it's exciting to see. It's good for cricket. The fielding's been good. You know, everyone's running around, looking to get run-outs.
Another no ball over waist height. After that no ball above waist height, he brings in another free hit to the Indonesian batter of Marlon Verm. After the 10-over power play, Indonesian batters are 9 for 26. Good start by Vanuatu. And I'm here joined by the CEO of cricket at Vanuatu, Tim. Tim, how are you going?
Not bad, Dougie. Good to be here. It's glorious conditions, but it sounds like this time of year this is to be expected. But
Yes.
no, it's been I think really welcoming for the boys. I think 10 of our squad first time on a plane.
That's exciting for them. It's a great place to be this time of year, Darwin. Lovely weather, great cricket being played. As we see a bowling change, Steve Wilkinson into bowl leggies. So, what's cricket like in Vanuatu? How does it all go?
Well, cricket's got an interesting history, just like Vanuatu itself.
Yeah.
So I'll just let Steve Sandy come in there with his leggies. I think probably strongest of the bowling lineup, definitely with the spin. But cricket came with the British. It used to be a joint French-British condominium.
Yeah.
An interesting situation that. Had two sets of laws. You'd choose what set of laws you'd be held to. Apparently, people always used to choose the French set of laws because they had a nicer prison. So it would mean it was a lot more hospitable. But cricket has been played for almost 100 years, mainly brought in by the British.
Yeah. Steve bowling leggies, bowling really well. Good start from Vanuatu, being pretty disciplined. Kendrick bowled a few wides, but even he, when he got it right, was challenging the batters.
Yeah, it's definitely been a little bit in this wicket. It's not entirely consistent, but yeah, I think Curran, big, tall bowler, probably just fell over a little bit. We saw those balls sort of going wide out the offside, and also the odd full one. But yeah, as you said, when he got it right, he was definitely troubling the batters there.
Great shot down the ground to long on. Good field placing. Just keeps it to one. Shea Marai had a really good start. I think he only went for 3 off his first 5 overs. Rolling well. How do you feel about this position at the moment?
Well, it's hard to know because we don't really know our oppositions too well here. Look, as you probably told from us early on, we're quite top-heavy when it comes to skill set, when it comes to our batters. And I suspect with a country sort of similar lines of development where Indonesia are at, that they might be similar. So we can only hope from a Vanuatu point of view for that. ceased.
Very well.
That's good. You know, it's first time playing for your country to come in bowling leg spin like that to put it straight on the spot. So it's good by Sandy here. But that breakthrough just hasn't come, has it?
Yeah. Indonesia doing well to quell the attack here from Vanuatu.
Yeah, when you're chasing 122, you don't need to show too much intent, do you? I think that's one thing that's been clear. They've been happy to just play with very straight bats and sort of dead bats at that. But as we saw with Vanuatu's innings, sometimes the scorecard keeps ticking along with Joe Sundry's, which I think is a key thing at this level. So if you bowl fewest wides, you're going to be putting the other team under a lot of pressure. But yeah, it's only been really since the 80s that cricket's really grown from being beyond an expat sport, and that was on the back of the hard work of President of the VCA, who's still President, Mark Stafford, who looked to grow it throughout the communities. And now,
times.
From a country out of 300,000 people, almost 20,000 kids will hold a cricket bat at some time during the year, with most of that work being done in and around the capital, Port Vila, on the island of Fate. Unfortunately, we don't get a too high percentage of those kids coming through and playing club cricket, but we see that kind of attrition across all sports in Vanuatu, with lots of other distractions these days.
As we see a bowling change in Josh Andrew coming into bowl now. Looks like he's bowling some leggies as well. Or no?
Should have a team sheet flying away, but with fast action with not a lot of run up. He's trying to bowl those off spinners, but really kind of cutting across the board quite quickly. He's quite famous for his metronomic line and length once he settles into a rhythm, and I think he's really going to have to settle into a rhythm here, because this score could tick away quite quickly if Vanuatu are not just not on their game with extras especially.
Well, yeah, only 15 runs coming off the bat so far, so bring those extras down and whole different game, I think.
Yeah, so we've got a thriving club competition in the capital Port Vila, with men's and women's competitions, and also on the island of Santo as well. There's senior cricket being played there too.
Exciting times for Vanuatu cricket.
Yeah, on the senior side, our men are off to Papua New Guinea in July. We've got a regional final between ourselves, PNG, Philippines and Japan. That will be a double round robin with a winner going straight through to the 20-team World Cup next year, being held in the Caribbean and the West Indies. So that's as exciting as it gets, really, for our region. With the ICC expanding that men's event to 20 teams, and that's 4 groups of 5. So there's no sort of round 1 or anything like that, and that will mean that whoever comes out of that could be in a group with Australia, New Zealand, Pakistan, India, and it guaranteed 4 games against really high opposition.
Very, very exciting times for cricket there.
Yeah.
And there's the breakthrough that Vanuatu were looking for. Josh Andrew on the money with his off spin, and there's a play and miss from Marlon, and he gets castled.
Yeah, as I was saying, he's quite famous, even at such a young age, for just being able to get on that line and length, and that real sort of you miss it, I hit mentality. Doesn't necessarily have a lot of side spin on the ball, but that's that breakthrough that we're talking about that Vanuatu have been waiting for, and I think we're going to just have to see what we have coming out from a batting point of view, but that's a good start for Vanuatu in general.
Well, got good energy in the field. If they can just string some more dots together, maybe take a few more wickets, anything can happen here. New batter in for Indonesia, looks like Fabio Yol.
He's got Fabio on his back, so I think we can call him Fabio.
Fabio, yeah. I think that sounds about right.
Are you too young for Fabio, the most beautiful man in the cosmos?
No,
you're too young, too young. Well, maybe there are some people, sort of 35 and older who remember that from Fast Forward and Full Frontal back on Aussie TVs back in the 90s and early noughties. But no, that's good to see the change both ends with spin on now for Vanuatu, and from their point of view looking to squeeze.
Well, spin played a massive role in the Vanuatu innings for Indonesia. The quicks went at kind of 4 or 5s at the start, and then as soon as spin got on, it was turning, it was tough, and batters struggled a little bit when they were bowling well.
Yeah, I think that's what you see. So you take the pace off the ball. You're not able to sort of guide it through gaps and whatnot, especially if there are no extras going. That's when you see batters starting to hit across the line and think they need to do something different. And as a spinner, that's exactly where you want to get yourself. You want to get a batter thinking, I just need to do something a little bit different. And then as soon as they start changing their plans, you're already on the road to winning that battle.
Exactly right.
This is going to be interesting to see the tactics from Vanuatu's captain, Curran Kendrick, out there, who was also the opening bowler. Only just 16 years old, and will still be of age to play in the next tournament. So he's one of, I think there's another 6 players out there at the moment that will be around again. I think it's fair to say the Vanuatu side in a bit of a rebuilding phase.
That's something that me and Dylan were talking about earlier. Is Vanuatu, very, very young side. Exciting times, as I said earlier, for Vanuatu cricket in general. As a big gust of wind, it is blowing across.
You need to get. We're just the tickets. If we had any tickets on ourselves, they're gone because they've been blown away. I think looking at the last few years, I've been there for 2 years now, and I moved there in April 2021, and it's only the borders only reopened 22 July. In 2022, and so under 19s weren't able to play in the last cycle, and there was no international cricket until our men's team toured Canada in August. So there's been a bit of a lull, and whilst Vanuatu didn't get hit by COVID until March in 2022, it just meant with no international cricket, really tough to keep that impetus going locally. And that's why I think with the introduction of the Under-19 Women's World Cup is great and long overdue, but just got to be thankful for it to be running, and that gives countries even more incentive for growing sort of men's and women's cricket at that lower level.
Certainly.
So I think as we look at this,
bowled from Steve Wilkinson.
Yeah, so see that looking to go through the gate, went through the gate there, but just didn't have enough turn, coming back in another tight over by the Vanuatu spinners. So I sort of see this as a real kind of generational rebuild, and hopefully this group can stay together, whilst only half of them will be around in 2 years' time for the next set of qualifiers, but hopefully they can be playing more consistently and filter up into the development squad and national men's squad. We're lucky. The US dollars that we get through from the ICC goes a little bit further in Vanuatu than other places, so we're able to have full-time men's athletes on the senior team side, and a few women as well. So the more that we can support these players as they come through the ranks, the better. Just one little thing I'm going to say is that the back foot, that's okay. The first step is okay. That first step's inside, but really wide and trying to use the angle there.
Josh Andrew continuing into his second over now after picking up the wicket in his first. I think, as said earlier, spin's going to be a massive part in defending this 120 that you guys set in the first innings.
You can feel a change out there already, can't you? You're not seeing. There's been a couple of good shots down the onside of the wicket, which really the first shots in anger. Apart from that sort of full toss pull shot off the hip off Kendrick that went for 4. It's been the first time we've seen any sort of real intent, but just interesting to see, especially in the new batter Fabio, to see how he plays. As we've mentioned, the pitch is probably has been a touch inconsistent, but to see how the spinners can take advantage of that will be interesting to watch.
Drags it short, just stays slightly low there to Gu, sorry. Vanuatu doing a good job to keep that run rate down as he drags it down leg, and Tagu pulls it behind square for 4 runs. The old commentators.
That is exactly, I was going to say that.
We had 2 good ones in the Vanuatu batting innings. We were just saying how They're just looking settled. They're looking good. It's going to be.
So it was your fault.
Yeah. Going to be a key part to making runs, and then all of a sudden they just get bowled the next ball.
And that's something interesting to watch here as well. And I think the great panning the camera, you would have seen that there was no fielder out there, and it's to see sort of young captains coming into the game as well and see how they set fields for all their bowls, especially their spinners. It's very easy here, as we can see, to be very attacking. But you could hear a very loud call from Polisak there at square leg. Dead ball, but can be very easy to be overly attacking, and I've toiled as left arm spinner for more years than I'd like to admit, and it's a real important relationship that between spin bowler and captain, and seeing that field. And I think as tight as Vanuatu want to keep this, I think that any young spinner would benefit from someone out there at square leg, especially. Definitely. We've only seen 2 boundaries hit, and it was to that exact same spot from 2 bad balls, but as a spin bowler, that's going to happen, and sometimes you need to have someone to protect. But again, this is, it's all about learning as well.
100%.
This isn't under 10s with coaches coaching from umpiring positions or screaming from the sidelines. This is for young players to find their way with the right guidance, and it's
100%.
good to be part of that, to watch young players grow. It kind of reminds you why you fell in love with the game, and continue to when you see all these new experiences, and especially for 10 of this Vanuatu team. We had a mad rush, a mad rush to get visas. we were at the airport on Thursday afternoon, ready to get on Virgin Air Australia. 4 visas still hadn't been approved.
Oh no, that would have been a stressful time.
Well,
bit of confusion between the Indonesian batters, but they scurry through for a single. After 14 overs, Indonesia are 1 for 37.
Yeah, it was a little stressful, but thankfully the Australian government, we've got a great relationship in Vanuatu. We just had the Australian men's and women's Indigenous teams tour, and the High Commission were great there, but they were able to push them to the top of the pile, and they got approved as we were lining up. So we were able to travel here with the full squad. Otherwise, we might have been landing with 9.
That would have been a tough few days here.
So I had asked the question, sub-fielders, do they need to be under 18? Because it might have been one T. Cutler and Artari, and maybe even Jay Vera, who's matched Jamal, who's...
Shave your beard.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a 39-year-old.
Steve Wilkinson bowling really well here, right on the money. As Tagu leans back onto the back foot, tries pulling it. No one out in the boundary, square. He got long on protecting, so looking to bowl pretty full here. A bit of variable bounce in the wicket here. Good bowling, bit of turn.
Doesn't get much better, does it, for a leg spinner there?
No, does not. Good keeping as well behind the stumps there.
The boys have been loving the slips catching. We got to practice under lights, the DXC number 1 last night, and I was thinking about it, I've never actually done anything under lights before. It's a little bit exciting, but
it's quite dewy.
Yeah.
So it's, especially up here, remember we played a T20 under lights a couple of weeks ago, and as Wilkinson just drags down the leg side and it's whipped behind square leg for 2 runs. We played a T20, and after the first few overs, the ball just absolutely soaked. It's different challenges and different conditions.
Yeah, almost like playing the subcontinent again. I remember another life past. I worked in Hong Kong cricket, and they made the World Cup in Bangladesh in 2014, and they were actually warming up and practicing by putting balls in a bucket of water, trying to get used to what it is playing with dew. And there are some bowlers that are good bowling with a wet ball, and I'm not one of them. That kind of makes me shudder with fear at the thought that I get this kind of cake of soap in my left hand and it's just going to kind of go straight at so I end up bowling these weird little seam uppers. But so what's your cricket story?
So I'm from Perth.
Yeah? I won't hold it against you. The People's Republic of Western Australia.
I was born in South Africa, moved to Perth when I was 4, and always loved playing cricket. Trying to play with my brothers when I was growing up, and managed to just love it and worked hard and kept playing, and then got a little bit unlucky with some injuries and some COVID, missing some state underage cricket here for WA, and then decided the last few years to come up here during the winter and play a bit of cricket up here, and I've loved it. So it's just trying to improve as much as I can, really.
It sounds like the winter tournaments, and it's really strange sitting here in 32-degree heat talking about winter, but it is actually quite pleasant for everyone sort of watching at home. And shout out to everyone at the VCG there back in Port Vila. I know the Vanuatu cricket staff and players are there watching, and Mark Hurley as well, Bush Pig, they're watching along. But you must get some of the players that come up in play winter in between the professional seasons. Sound like really good for you, like for why you're here, but great experience against players sort of young and old, of great talent that you might not otherwise.
So the Strike League competition that's been going for a few years now is the kind of the main attraction for kind of cricketers like me who's aspiring to play that next level. Some very good cricketers from all around the country, some very young cricketers, and some more experienced ones come and play in it, and it's a great experience. I was up here last year for the last kind of 2 and a bit months of the season. Didn't quite manage to play in the Strike League, but was still in and around those blokes that were playing, and it was a great experience just being around it. So being able to play in it this year is going to be real exciting. Just straying down leg side here, Josh Andrew, just with that angle. Not getting much turn there.
So what you see here is the unfortunate result is we have so few left-handers in Vanuatu that you just don't have that experience from the bowlers, especially of knowing, of knowing what lines to bowl. So it's good that he's bowling around the wickets. A lot of time you see the bowlers still stay over because that's what they're used to. But it's good to see him
just change that angle,
adjusting his angle, especially with his sort of slidey action. He's a real danger here for a bowler or an LBW.
As you say, he's right on the money and off stump there. Bringing into play, caught behind, LBW and bowled if the ball manages to grip a little bit off the wicket. Well played by Fabio. Good cricket all around here. Just something brewing here for Vanuatu. Couple of dots, bit of energy building. Just got to stay patient here as a Vanuatu bowler. Quick single taken behind square leg. Good running by the Indonesian batters.
Yeah, just on the wrong side of the field there. It's backwards square leg. You think if it's on the preferred hand, and again, not too many left-handers out there to set the field that way, but that's the way it is. You can see the field there to the left-hander. I don't think deliberately, but has a heavy slant on the leg side with sort of a 4-5 field, but then stays in place for the right-hander. So another little symptom there of not playing at sort of...
Bowls a front foot no ball, strays it down leg.
I actually think that was a back foot no ball.
Back foot no ball off the sideline.
Which is a funny one. I always used to see the likes of Akhtar and whatnot come in with this back foot that was so close to the line. But it's supposedly the first contact, isn't it, when that toe comes down? I'm not sure if we're going to get a replay, but you can see the umpire.
Talks to Josh Andrew there.
Yeah, so it's probably one of the first times he may have been told this. So just see how he reacts now. Just hope it doesn't get into his head too much. Interesting, we've got long on him.
I don't think the field can change because they ran 2, so they didn't. The batsman didn't cross.
You can see the
umpires having a discussion about that now.
There's enough experience out there, the umpires. So
I think they should be.
Yeah.
So there we go.
You're on it.
Yes.
See if the playing doesn't work out. You never know. You could be an umpire.
Hopefully play works out.
I was a bit of a nerd when I was younger. I was still playing juniors. I was 15, 16, playing in the morning and umpiring men in the afternoon. So, I don't know, is that like the ultimate nerdiness? It's close.
Free hit, up in the air. Oh, good fielding there to direct it there. Getting caught off the free hit.
Yes, there's so much talent out there. So I like the youthful exuberance with the field. Yes,
players,
yeah, and you just see that they're running 100 miles to the ball and just not getting down soon enough. And I think that's
naturally athletic. People,
absolutely
quite talented, but
Yeah.
very raw.
You can just see that the talent that you see, and it's the same from some of my friends who are involved in AFL in Vanuatu. Some of the things they see players do, they've never seen any pro player do. 100%. Just this 360 running, picking up with ball, one hand, flicking up between legs, and just that's what I've done. It's and it's the same with cricket.
So after 16 overs, Indonesia are now 1 for 46. Is this Josh Andrew? No, sorry, Steve Wilkinson continuing his spell.
Yeah, Steve Sandy comes back, continues, and with his leg spinning, quite rolly coming out. But as you've seen, there's been enough play misses here. She's turning it far enough.
Yeah.
Been very consistent as well. I think you've only seen the one short ball that didn't go for any runs, and that's probably, just as we're saying...
Good running there from the Indonesian batters.
Yeah.
He's only gone for 8 runs off 3.1 overs. He's being pretty tidy. Just no wickets for him yet.
Polsak having a chat with the non-striker. I'm not sure if that was about running down the middle of the wicket or was it getting in the way?
I think you might be right there.
Yeah. And see, that's another thing that both teams you're not going to see too much of, because in Vanuatu you've got the one hybrid wicket, which is as close to a turf as you get, and I'm not sure how much time these Indonesian players would have had batting on turf.
Yeah. Well played.
But again,
good cricket.
We're going to see and the umpires said themselves, an educational approach to this to help players on the way here rather than being too harsh.
As I said, they're all pretty talented and raw. That's good learning experience for all of them.
Oh yeah, I sort of think if I was a 17, 18 and getting a chance, not let alone the fact it's a lot of their first time overseas, to be able to play with your mates, represent your country.
Yeah, exactly.
It would just be great if they were on time more. and I know they can't hear me, but I just want to share. I feel like I need to talk.
I think that might just be a general teenage issue.
I know. On top of that, we've got the island time approach of Vanuatu as well. So Sandy a little bit shorter there, but a little bit flatter.
A little bit faster as well. Gets away with it because it was a little bit faster. And that's drinks for the Indonesian batting innings. So after 17 overs, Indonesia are 1 for 47. Vanuatu bowling well. Few more extras than they'd like, but they've been pretty good, challenging both sides of the bat and bringing in lots of modes of dismissal.
Cricket 365 is proudly supported by Real Estate Central, Darwin's leading real estate agency. Thrifty Car and Van Rental, proudly driving Cricket 365. Airport Development Group, proud sponsor of Cricket 365. Quality People Recruitment, specialising in finding quality, hard-to-get professionals. And Duke's Cricket Balls, iconic, handmade, good for cricket.
need that guy out there.
Welcome back. Had a quick drinks break there, and first ball after drinks was a low full toss on the knees of Tagu, and he dispatches it behind square leg for 4 runs.
Yeah, we've only seen 4 boundaries in the Indonesian innings, and they've gone to exactly the same spot. 2 from full tosses and 1 from a short ball.
Yep.
And makes you wonder whether we're going to see a sweeper go out there or at least a deep square, but it doesn't look like Kendrick is going to make any change to the field. And with only 122 on the board, so stuck between 2 worlds there for Vanuatu, back really being tight and selling the ones, but so too many release shots there already.
Slightly down leg there. Unlucky for the keeper. Tough ones to get there. Fielder is unlucky as well. Thought he might have just got there. Just looks like he missed his footing a little bit. Goes for 5 wides down the leg side. Never what you want to see.
No, and like we said, defending 123 and all of a sudden with only 1 ball bowled, it's 9 to the score.
It's tough. Sometimes can be quite an awkward total to chase as well. Dylan and I was discussing earlier about the kind of approaches. You can go hard and try and get ahead of the game early as a batting side, or as Indonesia have done, just keep chipping away. What are your thoughts on how Indonesia have approached the innings?
Yeah, it's an interesting one in that I'm guessing Indonesia is similar to Vanuatu in that you're not going to be playing too much longer format one-day cricket, 40 over plus. You're playing a lot of T20. But I think they're backing themselves here to back the time, and they know that almost the run rate becomes irrelevant because we're going to see enough extras and you're going to score enough runs. So,
as we see a short ball, just stays a little bit low and bowls in from Josh Andrew. That's exactly what Vanuatu would have needed and would have wanted. Tagu just trying to go on the back foot, trying to pull that in the air over mid-wicket to the vacant, deep mid-wicket boundary, but misses it and gets bowled.
Yeah, a little short one there, and it was almost on the way down to bounce twice as well. But as we saw some of the Vanuatu batters really kind of playing and getting through their shots too early, we saw the Indonesian batter do exactly the same there. And sometimes when you're defending a small total, you need a little bit of luck like that. And I think it's fair to say that Vanuatu haven't had that with a lot of balls going past the outside edge. So I know the Vanuatu team will be hoping that just gives a little start with 2 wickets within the last few overs, especially with Josh going for 9 off his first 2 deliveries, although only one of them was a legal delivery. Maybe this would be the little bit of encouragement he needs, but you can also get a feeling that maybe the fielders themselves that little bit of confidence and see something special for them as well, because there's definitely enough talent out there to see something special.
Definitely.
See what the game serves up to them.
Field change now. Mid-on's dropped back to a long on to the new batter straight away.
It's an interesting one. He's probably the biggest guy in the Indonesian team, but you think that's an intriguing decision there, especially if you're going to give him one to get off strike straight away.
Not too sure who the new batter is yet. Can't quite see the number. Hits on the pad. LBW appeal given not out. It appears to be Unison Yusuf. The new batter's the crease for Indonesia. And successful over for Vanuatu, picking up the wicket. Indonesia are now 2 for 56 off 18 overs.
Yeah, it's a tough one there. You say we take 9 runs and a wicket. I think from a Vanuatu point of view, the value of the wicket, absolutely.
I think so. I think Tagu was looking pretty set at the crease. He was looking pretty comfortable, so it was a pretty big wicket to pick up. Now, this brings in a really good opportunity for the spinners just to squeeze that run rate down and take a few wickets, making the Indonesian batters try and change something in their game.
So we see with a 5-4 offside field here, Sandy turning the ball back into the left-hander. We've already seen a couple of balls go through the gate, but just not enough.
That sounds like a drop catch from the keeper. Might have been a slight inside edge on that. Looks disappointed with himself. Well bowled. Really well bowled.
He's just bowled a really good corridor here, to both left and right-handers.
Taking nicks off slips like that as a keeper, never easy. Never easy.
Look, we've got the reverse angle here, so it might have even been an inside edge, and it doesn't get much harder than that as a keeper. You're not
as
seeing the ball. You're an ex-keeper.
Yeah.
He's too young to be an ex-anything.
Just not needed anymore. Popped up, just fallen short of mid-wicket there. Really good stuff here from Vanuatu, squeezing that pressure now.
Yeah.
A lot of energy in the ring now. Exactly what Vanuatu needed.
Yeah. And again, it does seem to me they're not really bowling many left-handers. We've got 5 on the offside here with the ball turning back across. Could really do with that extra player, almost that catching mid-wicket. Invite a left-hander to hit through the offside here, but maybe there'll be a mental note for the next training session to think about, because otherwise he's doing such a great job here for his team.
Yeah. Goes for the sweep shot, big LBW shout. Must have had the finger up in the commentary box here, must have hit it.
Yeah, well, when you've got the CEO, manager, car driver, money carrier, cheers squad owner, that's why I think that's why the umpire doesn't sit at third man on the fence.
Great set there by Steve Wilkinson. Maiden there. 2 for 56 off 19 overs. Now, this is just a bit of pressure building here for Indonesia. A couple of more wickets here for Vanuatu will bring about just a bit of nerves in the Indonesian change rooms, I think. Anything can happen in small chases like this.
Yeah, and as they say, we'll try and keep light on the cliches, but runs on the board is, and especially in this type of cricket where
100%.
Tournament cricket
Young,
with the pressure,
teams, certainly a lot of perceived pressure for themselves.
I like that. Good addition of perceived, because it is all perception out there.
Well, we had a one-day final out on DXC Arena 1, just over the change rooms there a few weeks ago, and we were only chasing, I think, 170 on a flat wicket as Indonesia scurried through for a single down to 45. Seems like it was a leg bye. We were only chasing 170, 180, and we were cruising the whole way through, but we just kept losing wickets at the wrong time, and we still had very good batters at the crease, but you could feel the pressure around the ground, and that's that perceived pressure that we're talking about.
And that's why it's a mental fortitude, and being able to just go out there and concentrate on your role, whatever it is such an asset.
Exactly. Pops it up to cover. Still have long off out to both batters here. Interesting decision. I think I'd like to see that in the ring. Just stop that single.
Yeah, we've got the 5.
A little bit out.
No, exactly. 5 fielders on the leg side as well, and I don't think we've seen one ball go out there.
Yeah.
We saw that one little squeeze single early on.
As the ball goes out.
Look, we knew what was going to happen. So look, we're basically predicting the future just in reverse.
Bowling well here, Josh Andrew. Bowling very well. Both spinners here doing a good job for Vanuatu. Bowling tight lines here, not giving the batters much to hit, if anything.
Yeah, I can't really see a reason here for Kendrick to be looking to change these two bowls. And the advantage here again, playing 50 over cricket, that we get 10 overs a bowler.
Exactly. I think I'd like to see them keep bowling and keep that pressure up. Good bowling there. Good fielding as well to stop that single. And that's over. Just a one leg bye from it. Good energy from Vanuatu in the field here.
Yeah, really impressed. I bowled next to them in the, again, we don't really left arm spinners in the side, so there I was rolling the arm over yesterday in the turf nets here at DXC Arena, which is amazing to have, this standard of ground side by side with turf nets. I wouldn't say I'd kill for it, because I wouldn't be able to work then because I'd be in jail, but I'd probably go a long way to have this kind of facility in Vanuatu, that we do the best what we have, and we're able to host international cricket, which is great, but this is great, and everyone's been superb from NT Cricket, and can just tell how hard everyone's worked to have this event going.
Yeah, a lot of work behind the scenes goes into the NT cricket system, the grounds, the club cricket that gets played here, and then also the strike league and top end stuff, as well as this ICC Under-19 World Cup qualifying games. Really good bowling here from Wilkinson.
From a facility and weather point of view as well, it doesn't get much better, because where else in the world would you be able to get this many grounds and be off season for everyone else in this hemisphere?
Bowled again, good fielding, good pressure, just tying down the runs here a little bit. Bit of pressure building for Indonesia. Can sense something's about to happen.
Yeah, it's interesting when you see sort of big, stronger, or seemingly big, strong players. You're almost waiting for them to play the first attacking shot to see if that's in the arsenal. So it's a cat and mouse at the moment.
Yep,
Sandy bowling again. This metronomic, for a young kid who's not played a lot of cricket, to be running up on leg spin like this just shows the amount of talent that there's around at this tournament.
Can't fault the effort from either teams either. Been superb. Few drop catches for the Indonesian side, but again, the ground fielding and energy has been awesome.
So have you ever had any exposure at all to cricket associate member nations before? And so this is the first time you'll have seen these countries all playing? Exciting.
As we complete a maiden over there by Steve Wilkinson, that's very well bowled. 21 overs gone, 2 for 57. No, I haven't really seen much cricket from kind of these associate nations.
Okay.
Really.
Well, PNG will be another joy to watch as well. The energy they bring, and especially their fielding. I know they've been here for a little bit of time before and they're very much sort of big siblings in the region. I say siblings deliberately because both their men's and women's teams are really, really good. The women are ranked, I think, 15 in the world at the moment in one day in T20 cricket, and the men are similar. Unfortunately, the men have just dropped out of the League 2, which is sort of the first tier league for associate ODI cricket.
Yep.
But I think you'll definitely enjoy the brand of cricket they bring.
Josh Andrew continuing here. It's off spin.
Just a little different in his action there. Do you see that? Just a little slower.
Slow that one up a little bit.
I'm hoping that was strategic. I hope he isn't getting tired, because just quietly we're going to need probably another 50 or so in the next over the course of the next week and a half.
Just a few, yeah. He's bowling very well, doing a really good job here for Vanuatu. These two spinners creating a lot of pressure here for the Indonesian batsmen. Another player missed there by Fabio. Fabio's 2 off 20 balls, and Unison is 9 off 10, so a bit of pressure building on these two here. Another player missed there.
We wonder, with still 28 and a half or 28 overs to go, whether they're going to change this plan, because there's still another 65 runs, but at the rate they're going at the moment, we may get to a point where they have to change the plan. Yeah.
Very well bowled. A little bit of grip and turn there. Another player miss by Fabio. Hits him on the pad. Looks like it's going just over the stumps.
Yeah, sort of turn and hit the back pad.
Very good action here.
Yeah.
Andrew.
Not a lot of watch, not through gritted teeth, but kind of almost be a hand over you, because he's got such a small delivery strike, and he gets so much momentum from that really fast arm, slingy, almost if Jeff Thompson bowled off, I think this is how he'd do it.
Yeah.
But with a lot of...
A bit similar to Glenn Maxwell in his action.
And I think that's the advantage that we have these days, that we're a lot better at not trying to coach natural talent out of people. It's you work with it.
And I think that's kind of built up from Steve Smith, the way he's gone about it with his technique. And
we were definitely late to the party, though. I think Australia was probably one of the last bastions of call it over coaching and coaching out.
Definitely.
Yeah, you think like a Malinga or someone like that would never have made it in Australia, because someone would have told them that.
That's not.
Quotation
marks.
Yeah. So I think it's great to see that players like that coming through the systems in Australia, but also here, and for me to look at someone like Josh and think, what's his future going to hold? And the last thing you want to be doing is coaching out the basics of where this talent comes from, because, you know, I see two bowlers here that have a real great future of doing this same job for Vanuatu as time goes on in the senior side.
Certainly. There's the big shot in the gap through the covers. Didn't get quite hold of it. It's trickling towards the boundary. Captain Kendrick puts chase out and just keeps it to 2.
Just highlights again the sort of field that we have here. We've got 5 on the leg side at the moment. We've got a square leg. We've got a mid wicket and a straight mid wicket with the ball turning away from the bat. And you think
Probably
if we had
only do with 1 mid wicket there.
Yeah, and we had that person another player come over and we'd have cover. That might have been a catch there.
Don't mind that the long on out though, just for that tempter ball, because it hasn't really looked like he's trying to hit the ball there.
No, the first shot and angle we saw was that shot just before, looking to go over the offside, but definitely wasn't trying to hit it as square as it went.
Yeah. Well bowled again, well played.
What we see with a lot of, I think, players today really planting that front foot.
I think that's not the worst thing on a wicket like this. That is staying a little bit low. And as he big swing through the covers and good fielding that mid off to cut it off just for the 1 there. You just sense that Unison's just getting a little bit more comfortable at the crease now.
Yeah.
Fabio squares up, top edges it, falls safely in front of point there. Another pretty good over there from Steve Wilkinson. He just a 3 off it. He's bowled 7 overs, none for 11. And Indonesia are 61 for 2 off 23 overs.
You can't really ask for much more, can you?
No.
Leg spinner making his debut for his nation, defending a small target, and really hasn't put a foot wrong, I think. I've seen one ball that was sort of slightly short that we saw kind of turn around the corner, but apart from that, he's been pinpoint.
Yeah, it's been
really
very
impressive.
Accurate. Big swing there from Unison Yusuf.
Yeah, looks like gave himself a bit of time to get settled, but we've seen
like
a couple of big,
enough.
real strong attempted shots in the last over and a bit.
There's the full toss bad ball that's got away with it. Gone to 45 just for the single after a slight fumble in the field there.
Yeah. Yeah, Yusuf, I think, is going to be kicking himself there about not getting that ball away. 45 and square leg, both on inside the ring. Only had to get it past one of those players with the strength that he's got.
Yeah. It's gone for the sweep shot. Fabio missed it and it's bowled him. Well bowled there by Josh Andrew.
Yeah, Fabio's 33rd ball there and only for 2 runs.
Yeah.
Seemed trying to play straight, especially against the leg spin of Sandy. And that was the first sweep shot that he's gone down to Molivakuru and through probably a little bit too full anyway to be looking to sweep. You know, a good sweeper will generally be able to get sort of to any ball, but you think that might have been a chance just to sort of knock it back down the ground as well, especially with Yusuf showing a lot more intent that you probably didn't need to change the game too much. But
Long off was out for him as well, so
Yep.
it was an easy single, only needing kind of 3 runs and over here for Indonesian, if not less. It's a big breakthrough though for Vanuatu, really needed.
Yes, and we saw Vanuatu's batting be quite top heavy, and I guess the question will be for everyone watching at home and around the world, is are we going to see similar structure from Indonesia, or will they be a little bit stronger and be able to score more runs through the lower order? Because we saw those wickets fall quite quickly after Vanuatu were able to get to sort of 65 or so in the first 15 overs, but then kind of limped a little bit. And I think we're helped by some occasionally wayward bowling from Indonesia. I think to see what Vanuatu bring now they've got the ball in hand.
New batter in for Indonesia is Adi. Well bowled by Josh Andrew.
So Josh is just holding it up a little bit and talking about his quick arm action. We've seen 2 balls bowled
Just
now.
changing his pace a
but
little bit.
again, pitched really well. And I sort of see that's probably the more traditional off-spinner's arc we've seen there with a slow arm, and it's interesting to see him using those variations already.
Yep. Well bowled again by Josh Andrew. That completes Josh Andrews' 7th over. He's 3 for 22. He's taken a few wickets. He's probably little bit on the expensive side, but he's bowled very, very well.
Yeah, between the two spinners, gone for only 33 from 14 overs since
very, very good.
Since they've come on. 3 wickets have fallen, all to Josh, but
partnership bowling.
I was going to say, something
bowling.
that's just as important. There might be 2 batters out there, but the 2 bowlers at either end are just as important partnership. And
big shot, just flies past Kendrick at cover, going for 2, and Kendrick does well to keep it to 1.
We've seen 2 shots go through almost exactly the same position there from Yusuf.
Just with the spin, just need that extra fielder there.
I'm trying to send by osmosis. Bring one of those mid-wickets across. Bowling so accurately, it's turning away from the right-hander consistently.
Long on's just been brought up into the ring for the new batter. Good change in the field. Just keep the new batter on strike. Very well bowled. Bit of grip.
This is really impressive. It's really the first time I've seen these 2 players sort of bowl more than a couple of overs. There's so much T20 that we play at home, but really, really impressive.
Yeah. Just dragged it down a little bit. Got away with it because he bowled it a little bit quicker. Addy just a bit slow to get under the back foot there. No, well, great shot past backward point there. Just waited for it on the back foot. Good fielding out there at deep point, just to keep it to 2, chasing it down.
Yeah, with both bowlers having bowled 7, it'll be interesting. I don't think either of them will have ever bowled sort of 45 balls plus in a row. So it'll be interesting to see whether they're able to maintain their consistency as we get to the back end of their spells here.
Bit of soccer fielding there at kind of short third man there to the leg spinner.
Yeah, seen 3 balls squeezing out on the offside now, so hoping we see that. Even think about even thinking about a potential first slip here with the 2 new batters. Although we do have Yusuf out here who's looking to get after the bowling. Although we've seen Long On, who's been back, stay up inside the circle as they were for the new batter.
Well bowled again by Steve Wilkinson there. Two close catching covers for someone that's going hard. It just needs to time it slightly and it would be going over those 2 close catching covers. That's where that extra fielder from the leg side should probably be on the offside, I reckon.
Yeah. We haven't seen 1 ball hit through the leg side at all with any pace. You've got to bring 2 over there, and 1 into cover, 1 into slip, even with 2 batters there with the ball going ahead, one with the ball going away, I should say. Well, even 1 going hard. You're still in the game there at slip, but I don't know, how often can we say it to make it happen? It's all like trying to keep fairies alive.
Yeah. Well bowled. Good start in Josh Andrews' 8th over. Now he's 3 for 22 off his 7.1.
It's been great just attacking the stumps.
Steve Wilkinson is none for 15 off his 8 overs as well, going less than 2 and over, as that one stays slightly low on the stumps. That's exactly what you want to be bowling on a pitch like this, defending a low total. Although Indonesia only 3 down, it
feels tighter, doesn't it?
It feels a lot tighter from that perceived pressure, because Vanuatu will be feeling 1 or 2 wickets and they'll be ahead of the ball game here.
Yeah, I think the big decision here for Kendrick out there is who bowls next after these two, after they've done such a good job.
Got to go to your best bowler, I think, to be honest. Catch, gone over backward point there, just slightly short, and it goes for 4 as the fielder tries to soccer it behind himself and just kicks it over.
Yeah, Wally Mansali there, of the dynasty of Mansalis from Malay Village there, running out. But just couldn't quite get there. I think it's just one of those experience things as well. You're not going to be practicing those dives into the rope too often at home with the field conditions that we have. So interesting to see how they're sort of adapting here now that they're on a field where we're able to dive and able to get down. And even when we're doing our fielding practice, being able to instill some confidence where players are probably always quite springy when they're going down, ready to move if the ball does, but it's knowing you can trust an outfield.
Yeah.
Just a little bit
big swing.
Yeah, a little round arm and slower again. Really impressive. And
playing this big swing, almost bowled him.
New batter
sneaked through for a bye.
Yeah, sort of played outside of it there. So maybe the round arm had a little bit more side spin on it than we've seen. And so another great variation from Josh there.
So past the halfway point now. Indonesia 3 for 71 off their 26 overs. They still need another 50 odd runs here. These two spinners doing a wonderful job. Josh Andrew 3 for 26 off his 8, and as I said earlier, Steve Wilkinson 9 for 15 off his 8. And as you said, who bowls after these? So that's a big question that Kendrick should be asking himself as the captain of Vanuatu. A slip has been put into place from that third man region. Again, just that one fielder short on the offside, I think. Few balls have gone through.
Oh, it's hard to sit here and watch. I think you're allowed to coach from the sideline. I'm not. But I like the attacking decision that is, because that's going to mean that it's a wicket taking
option
here, which is good. We're just probably still too short. We should really still have a backward point there for the leg spinner, especially bowling a little bit flatter, because you'll see edges and shots be guided back there.
That's very close to hitting him in a not good spot. I think
different middle stump was in danger there, and we've seen that one of those, the middle wicket come across to cover.
Fielding change that we've been begging for. Now this is a very nice field. I do like this field now.
Yeah,
slip in place. Two catching covers in. I wouldn't mind seeing one of them just drop back a little bit.
I was about to say exactly the same thing there. Try to cover a little bit of area there with that. The new cover that's coming is almost on a traditional cover line, but is standing at that where your extra cover would normally be.
Just for that one that gets hit a little bit harder.
In saying that, though, this is for the new batter that's coming in that hasn't shown the same intent as Yusuf has.
Just as where the third man fielder used to be, who's now at slip, where the ball goes. Big nick down to third man, keeps it to 2. These bowlers doing an awesome job here.
Yeah.
Just been a little bit unlucky, but as you said earlier, that defending these small totals, you do need a little bit of luck to go your way.
Yeah.
As we see a fielding change, fielder goes exactly where that ball went now. Caught and bowled opportunity, run out opportunity. Drop catch from the bowler, then a direct hit. It's all happening here at DXC Arena too.
It's all happening. Been waiting all day to say that, but yes. A couple of potential modes of dismissal there. I don't know if it came back slower than he thought, but he just didn't get the hands up there in time.
Got a finger tipper.
Yeah. Steve would normally be Well, he has been in sort of second, third slip for the drills have been doing, so he's got a good pair of hands, but just didn't quite get up there in time.
It looked like it surprised him at how slow it did get to him.
Yusuf on strike.
Big swing over mid-off. Great shot from Yusuf. That's what he's been eyeing up to do this whole time against Wilkinson. And that is now a productive over for the Indonesian batting side. The 7 runs coming off it, and that's over. Now Indonesia, all of a sudden, 3 for 78 off 27.
Yeah, we've seen Yusuf try to play a couple of those shots over the offside. We've seen him skew through cover, but now has a fielder there. But seen a little bit more in his zone that one, and he's just flat batted it to some degree over mid-off. And we've got a great angle here from our position here of seeing the ball so just fade away like me trying to hit a one would.
I was just thinking that. So I'm left-handed, so mine go the other way. Actually had a good round of golf last week. Played pretty well for myself.
Okay. Tell us more about it.
Oh, there's not much to tell.
What do you play off?
Don't really have a proper handicap, but...
Okay, so you're a shark is what you're saying. You just turn up and destroy people's hopes and dreams by booming at 300 metres down the centre.
No, on average probably shoot that 15 to 20 over, so that's...
I play a lot more golf and I'm higher than that, and I don't like people like you. So, no, it's a great level of golf, isn't it?
Oh, it's great. It's just a bit of fun and games, isn't it? As we see a fielding change, a couple of men drop out to the boundary.
Yeah, you wonder whether with Josh in his ninth over, whether Yusuf is going to go long despite there now being a long on and a long off, whether he's got another shot in him and go the leg side, or whether he just plays him out, considering the off spinner.
I like it.
Yeah, a little bit of, I don't know.
Bit of anger maybe from a few
a bit of Jennifer Capriati, or is that a little bit too old for you, man? Monica Seles, it's still the same age. I'm not sure any tennis players grunt that much anymore. I don't think they're allowed to, are they? A little slower.
Very well bowled, and that's where that long off now gets that single.
Yeah, look, I don't mind the long off being back. He's shown that he can hit it and maybe still want to hit it, but you get very annoyed at yourself there as a spinner. But now with the
new batter coming off.
Yeah, new batter, both those long on, long off coming up.
Well, he's rushed to 11 off 19, has Artie.
Yeah.
He's playing a good innings here as he defends the ball into cover off Josh Andrew.
Yeah. Seeing more of a kind of traditional spinners field here, better with the two straight fielders there on the offs and on sides, cover and mid wicket.
That's a great shot through the covers. You had a big foot get stuck out by short cover to try and stop the ball, but pierces the gap between short cover and mid off. That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, Addy, I think that's, well, since I've been seeing, I think it's the shot of the period. Yeah, really. And a little bit different to what we normally see with the foot going down the middle of the wicket. The foot seemed to go to the ball a lot better there, which made it go a lot more directly rather than sort of skewing off the outer half of the bat or spinning around just like we're talking about our golf swings before. But and again, that just takes a little bit more pressure off Indonesia. Chasing this small target, they move to 84 for 3.
There's a couple of question marks for Kendrick now. Change of bowler, I think. Number 7.
I think that is because he's completed his 10 overs, isn't it?
Shay Narai. Yes, he has completed his 10 overs. So Shay Narai comes into the attack after a really economical first spell.
Yeah, we've seen fine leg go down, also a third man. Just wonder what they're thinking of the field. We've got everyone up in front of the bat.
Well bowled.
Yusuf,
right on the money straight away.
Yeah, we've got 2 players in that mid-wicket region again. I just wonder if we're going to see a change here. Unless he's really going to be bowling straight and you'd have that
too
field.
Many modes of dismissal.
No.
Just
I don't mind as...
slip in
I said us there. I apologise. There's no us here. It's them.
It's all right. You can be a little bit biased. But I think He's on the powder, on the full, just probably sliding down, they get
I
touch.
just feel Vanuatu's sort of wasting a fielder there. We've got a
think
straight
so.
mid-wicket and a square mid-wicket.
I think one of them just should probably
Yeah.
wouldn't be a bad idea dropping him into first slip. I think.
Yeah. Or even another cover
Yeah.
in the eye line of Yusuf, who's already shown a
Great shot.
willingness to hit
bowled.
through and over the offside. If you can see another cover, even back on the circle, even a little bit behind, because Vanuatu can have 4 outside of circle this stage. I think it's 4.
Yeah,
Says me
it
who's
is.
played cricket for 30 years. I should probably know these things, shouldn't I?
Shane Orion looks like a very consistent, handy little bowler here, as Yusuf just loads up big swing, doesn't get it, but I think he's showing his intent
Shay's got
now.
the look of a kid that had a tree in his backyard, and he has a little skip around it as he enters his delivery, sort of halfway through his his approach. He gets there and a little, little sideways there.
Oh, and there's a full toss, and that's a great shot from Yusuf. No ball, 6. Just straying onto his hip there. After saying how consistently he's been bowling, that's the first bad ball he's bowled. Just releasing all that pressure that was built up.
Yeah, and with only 40 runs for Indonesia to chase down at the start of this over, that takes 7 of them away. And of course, with that being above the hit, that is a no ball and a free hit. And because it was at the batter, albeit not intentional, I dare say he's probably been given a warning as well. So he bowls another one of these, he'll be out of the attack for the rest of today.
That's a free hit now for Yusuf. And he gets bowled off the free hit. And I'm not sure...
Yeah, I'm not sure all of the Vanuatu fielders were aware of that.
And the 12th man's running on drinks, and now he's turning around realising that it was a free hit.
I believe we said it before, it's all happening.
It is all happening. That's a good follow-up ball, though, from Shay.
Yeah, a little corridorish, but I think considering the ball before, I think there's an element of I just want to bowl it at the stumps.
Yeah, nice and full on the stumps, and I think that's...
Yusuf looks like he's probably more for ones that he's got a little bit more room at, so nice and straight at the stumps. That was the right ball there.
It's just strays down the leg side, works it behind square leg, looking for 2, and they're going, rushing back, good running, good backing up there as well, good fielding.
Yeah, just probably made the wrong call there and kind of going for the ball with his foot there when he could have got it straight in the hands and turn and throw. Might have been a better chance there, but as you said, once, exactly, and all these little things that it's easy. I was reminiscing when I was 18. I'd already played cricket for 9 years, and you had weeks, hours and days and weeks of training and coaching all around. Just to see a lot of these players out here, they've only played for a couple of years. And in senior teams a lot as well, so not necessarily getting the chance to kind of open up. To be opening the batting and bowling, sort of being, that's one of the challenges you have in a small sort of cricket community, but to see them out here and able to hone their skills and learn.
As we see another bowling change from the TIO Stadium end, this Roderick.
Roderick has made his senior team debut already. We'll try to bowl a little bit of off spin, but a little round action. I'm trying to think who he
pretty well.
Yeah, look, he is a star of the future. Probably got
a little bit
playing a little bit too quick. He was through his shots a little bit too early. He just needs to wait a little bit more.
And that's again just that little bit of inexperience on different conditions, I think.
So,
but he did look good. He was probably the pick of the batters from the commentary box.
He accompanied the senior team to Fiji back in March when we had the Pacific Island Cricket Challenge. So he's got in the field. He didn't get to play any big part in it, but he's also only just turned 16 years old. So he's got another cycle in the under-19s. And between him and Curran are very much our strike batters. And this is should be a great experience for him this entire tournament.
As we see a attempted cut shot, just play to miss it.
It's Yeah, it's quite a straight bat in the end he played there rather than your traditional.
Kind of cross that punch shot. You can just sense that Indonesia are just feeling a little bit more comfortable now. Vanuatu under a little bit more pressure.
Yes, absolutely. We saw the no ball 6 with Yusuf.
Just release
the first 6 of the day. I like to run off to buy some inners and some thigh guards early on in the game. Was that the first 6 of the day?
Yeah, it was the first 6 of the day. Yep.
Job of a manager, huh?
Yeah.
Go and buy some bananas. Go and buy some snacks. At least we've got a day-night game tomorrow, so I'll have time to go there
in the morning to do it. Yep.
Yeah.
Be a good experience for them playing under lights as well. Great fun.
Well, it's against New Zealand, and we start at 1 o'clock. So I just hope we get the chance to go that long, because I know the boys, and the older boys that are involved in the managing the team are very excited to be in that situation. So, no, it's great. I think when we found out that would be happening, that the teams would be able to play day-night cricket here, was just really exciting, because, cost of power isn't going down, is it?
No.
And to know that NT Cricket and the NT government and the supporters in and around have been able to back. So I know that the ICC wouldn't have enough money in their budget to be putting on day-night cricket, and also putting a drop-in wicket.
Yeah,
TIO Stadium for the first time in a long time since pre-COVID.
Very, very exciting to play some cricket over there.
Yeah, and I think that'll be the match-up of the tournament, and I hope it will be a good match-up with New Zealand playing PNG with the first game on that drop-in wicket at TIO and the first game at TIO of the tournament. But it's just great to come somewhere and you know that how much effort has been put in, and the expense over and above what would normally be spent on these events. But yeah, day-night cricket, I still remember the first time playing with a white ball, and that was exciting enough. But to know that these players from cricketing nations where we not all of them will have turf wickets, let alone lights at grounds where they can play day-night cricket.
Not sure what the hold-up is here with the umpires.
No, third umpire, Mariel Kenny from Vanuatu there yelling some assistance. Mariel's former national team player for Vanuatu women's team, I think she's only 25 or 26, but now an international umpire, concentrating on that. Made her men's T20 international umpiring debut in September when Vanuatu hosted the men's T20 World Cup Pacific qualifier. We'll be here, and we'll also be doing the women's T20 World Cup East Asia Pacific qualifier when Vanuatu hosts later this year. But exciting future for Mariel in umpiring.
Yeah.
Just unfortunately won't be umpiring the Vanuatu team.
Well done there at short third man. The old soccer field again. Saw India try that a few times in the World Test Championship. As Indonesia move.
What about that wicket? The first hour, and then how it changed after that first session. I really did think that they rolled out a shocker, and then it just flattened out.
Yeah.
So Australia had the most challenging of the conditions. And for them to come through as well as they did was just that, like Travis Head, it was just come off the man, come off the hour. It was just suited his style of play.
Well.
Yeah.
Indonesia only needing another 29, 28 runs. Great shot down the ground. Well fielded. Got a little hand on it, I think.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say that Yusuf has really changed the
game.
Yeah, playing
both of these boys. Yusuf 18 off 32, and Ardi is 17 off 29. Both played a really good innings here. As we see an attempted lofted shot over long on, gets enough on it, and they come back for two. Good running.
So I see he's got Junison on his back. I should probably call him that. But yeah, just the pace of the game was very slow, with Vanuatu through their spinners really keeping the
batters.
Batters down. Yeah, it was down under 2 runs and over there for a period over 10, and Junison's come in and, despite taking 10 balls to play any attacking shot, has seen a well hit 4 over a wide mid-off off the off spin of Josh, and then we saw a little flick off the hip for 6 into the crowd, into the Indonesian support crowd actually, and then off off what was a no ball, but just a feel of change. And I guess you'd say that maybe Vanuatu was right in putting the field out when they came out, but I don't know, has he hurt himself here? He seems to be holding that left hip. Doesn't seem to.
Look like he's limping around a little bit.
And he's gone to the wrong end, so that doesn't help.
Yep, it is all.
That'd be a fine.
Yeah, as Lakaya continues his spell.
Roderick, brother of
the
wicket keeper.
We weren't sure. Me and Dylan were having astute conversations about whether they were related, but we weren't too sure.
Can confirm.
Can confirm they are. That's good to know.
Wicket keeper Ramondo, the elder of the two.
So wicketkeeper's the older brother?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think he just turned 18 or just almost 18, and Roderick with the ball is just 16 or about to turn 16. So
just slightly shorter, staying a little bit low as Adi tries to crunch it over 45. A little bit of a brave shot with not much pace in the ball.
Yeah, we've seen Adi play a really nice drive through the offside here, so we know he's got that in the arsenal, but looking to hit that into the very vacant leg side boundary. Didn't come off.
Handy little player. Good temperament.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the sort of top three, maybe top four batters very, very happy just to play in and around the ring, but it's been the last three that look to be a little bit more taken. Well, definitely these two.
Slight fumble there from Kendrick, but well swept up by who's that at cover?
I think that's Wally Mansali, number one.
Good over there from Roderick. Lakaya completes a maiden over. And batsmen are just running out a couple of drinks here before the official drinks occur in a few overs.
That's what happens when the wickets don't fall. They normally get a chance for a drink, but although in saying that, I don't think Indonesia can sort of talk about the climate being too hot to handle, because they turned up to the group briefing yesterday where all 7 teams were there at a hotel. The 2 hotels next to each other. They turned up in puffer vests on top of their shirts.
To be fair, it was quite cool last night.
Well, this is the afternoon. It started at 4 o'clock, so it was pretty much as hot as it got, so 32, 33 degrees.
Yeah,
don't get me wrong, the low humidity meant it was quite pleasant.
Yeah.
But when they turned up, I was just like, man, either that or they've all just been given it as like new kit, so got to wear it. But no, I was pretty impressed with that.
Catching at point, and that's a big wicket for Vanuatu. Yusuf, the danger man, tries to hit a cover drive over cover, just slices it a little bit, as Tim would know with his golf drive.
Look, it's fine me saying it, but now you say it just cuts. It cuts deep. But yes, now we talked about Unison's propensity to go over the offside. He's hit a couple of good shots. One was very solidly hit off the leg spin to go over a wide mid-off. Looked to do something similar again, was maybe trying to go even a little squarer, and it just ballooned off the outside edge and caught. Just a nervous one there with the ball long enough in the air to think about, but caught by the backward point fielder there. And that is Indonesia's 4th wicket, the first wicket to be taken by anyone other than Sandy, and this is just a little, anyone other than Josh, sorry, that just a little sniff. I think as long as Unison was in, you feel like Indonesia are only a couple of strikes away from putting this beyond Vanuatu's reach, but now you just stick with a
couple of more wickets here, and absolutely anything can happen. I've seen some funny results happen in cricket before, and this could be no different. The new batter for Indonesia is Andika, coming in at number 5 for Indonesia.
4 wickets down now, so number 6.
Sorry.
So
my apologies.
Now 6. So with 6 wickets in hand, 25 runs to go for an Indonesian win in this game 1 of the ICC Men's Under-19 Cricket World Cup East Asia Pacific Qualifier.
It's a mouthful. right on the money is Shane Arai. Interesting to have long on out to the new batter still.
Yeah, I just think sometimes we fall into a bit of a lull here of keeping the field as it was and not thinking.
Yeah.
And again, it's just a learning experience for sort of young leaders out there to recognise this. It'll be something for the coaching staff to talk about after.
Certainly.
Because there's so much to think about out there. You're thinking about field placements, bowlers, and you're thinking about your own game. And I think it's a great test to have a young player leading like this.
Good field move now. Mid-wickets come across into another cover. I think that's a good field movement.
Yep.
Just that long on, just would like to see him up in the ring, just stopping that single. Keep this guy on strike. Keep Andika, new batter, on strike for as long as they can. Because he'd more likely be this one to get out rather than the set batter.
Yeah, and already he's looking quite solid. So any sort of hope of having a really long tail for Vanuatu may not quite be there, but it's good bowling here to the new batter, making play, zeroing in on those stumps.
Play and miss there from Andika, and that is a wicket maiden from Shane Arai. He has 1 for 15 off his 8 overs, bowling very, very well there. Indonesia now are 4 for 98 off 33 overs. Only need another 20 odd runs to go, but just feel that Vanuatu have a little sniff here.
Yes, as we're saying, funny things happen when there's runs on the board, and even with a few wickets in hand. And I think younger brother Lakaya, Roderick here, be looking one, not necessarily getting a lot on the ball here, but something just get a little bit low, just go past the inside edge, hit the pads in front. You see a real ring field around both batters, squeezing. There's no one outside of the ring at the moment. It's Captain Karen Kendrick putting all the pressure on Indonesia here.
Slightly uppish there through the mid-wicket region. This is a good little test now for Indonesia. See what their temperament will be like for the next few overs.
One of those ones he's happy he didn't get it right, because if he did, you think it might have been a catch straight at mid-on.
Great shot over cover.
Yeah, that's another lovely shot.
That could be one of the shots of the innings. That is a lovely shot over cover from Artie, sorry.
Yeah, Artie again. Yeah, we've seen play 2 of those shots, and I think that just shows that he's not someone that you want to be bowling with any width and full to, because that left foot again got really out to the pitch of it beautifully.
Looks like he's a very good player of spin. He's moved to 21 off 30. Him and Unison both playing vital roles in this chase as he gets a low full toss and doesn't quite get it. Now they're taking the single off the misfield and they've snuck through.
So a couple of runs off misfields today that you may, in an earlier life, you might say, but no one has been run out off those misfields yet. But just feel here that just could quite get away from Vanuatu if they don't take a couple of wickets here, with Addy looking really, really strong, especially through the offside. And
this is where you want to try and have as many balls bowled to that new batter as you can, rather than bowling to that set batter. Or as he plays and misses at one off Roderick Lakaya.
And you just think that the tactics here by Indonesia, sending out who the openers were and how they played, it's very subdued and sort of really battered back the Vanuatu openers. And we saw Kendrick be quite loose with a few extras and one ball that was hit off the hip before, but otherwise not really hitting the ball outside the square. And then by the time a couple of wickets fell, we were already close to half the target. When their more attacking batters have come through, they've managed this chase quite well.
I agree. I think their temperament at the start was good. Sometimes you can play yourself into a little bit of a hole if that is your game plan, but I think they executed it really well.
Look, if we had more batters in the middle order who played similarly, we might be having a different conversation. But the fact that we saw Junison come out here and really change the pace of the game, and now Addy has played probably the 2 best shots of the match, with the 2 drives over the offside, well, 1 through and 1 over.
So this is Adi on strike now to Shay Narai. Right on the money, whips off his legs to a deep square leg fielder. It's a good field changing by Kendrick.
I was going to say, interesting to see. That's the first time I think we've seen the deep square go out.
Implemented,
yeah, alongside
now this is
fine leg
probably
here
to
as
the
well.
new bowler to the new batter where you'd want to bring him up and maybe even chuck in a slip or something just to put that bit of pressure on the new batter.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of play misses already. Yeah, this is very much the two-speed game here where you're trying to get Addy off strike and putting the field back as much as you can, and then trying to really target the new players coming in. In saying that,
good learning curve for captain and Kendrick.
Yeah. Well, these are concepts that it takes many years to sort of get to. So, but so it's very easy from the commentary box to see these things.
100%.
Even if you're out in the middle, and beauties of this fine sport of the 360-degree nature of it, with so many things going on at once.
Batting looks so easy from here, and fielding. And
on TV, watching on TV, how they miss that?
Yeah, and then you face it and you go, oh, okay, so that's how they missed it.
Yeah, I can't see it.
Low full toss there from Shea. Just works past mid wickets, pass it just wide along on, and they come back for two. Good running by the Indonesian batters.
Yeah, a little bit hesitant. It's a little bit hesitant there from sort of a stop and go, but ended up getting there safely.
Yeah.
Couldn't get much more Aussie here, staring out the other side with all the gum trees.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that before. It's been a while since I've felt as quintessential.
Oh, big swing, inside edge, down to fine leg. A little bit unlucky there. It's Shane Arai not to pick up a wicket. Very well bowled.
Yeah.
And
so we're going to have the new batter out here, and a couple of playing misses, and that was just the ball zeroing in.
Yeah, and Indonesia, have snuck their way to 107 now off 34.5 overs. Great shot. Well fielded as well there at mid-wicket. Really good cricket all round from both sides. And that completes the 35th over. Indonesia are 4 for 108. And Adi playing a vital innings here. 24 off his 41. And Unison as well, the last batter to depart, batted very, very well.
Narai there finishing his 9th over. 1 wicket for 20. 1 of 3 Vanuatu bowls to be miserly and very impressive.
He has bowled very well, especially in his first spell, only conceding 3 runs of his first 5 overs. Been a bit expensive in his last 4, but he has bowled very, very well. And Roderick Lakaya to continue his spell.
I feel like this is more of a sort of a holding decision here to have him.
And that's, as you say that, that's where the wicket falls. And that is a big, big wicket in Adi.
Look, I thought I'll just have to be a little less positive and it will come off. But, well, we did talk about what his plans might be, and that was just trying to bowl straight at the stumps and have the player miss, or at least a little bit of turn, and then we've seen that.
That is a big, big wicket for Vanuatu. Now, all of a sudden, the set batter has been dismissed and opens the door slightly for Vanuatu.
Well, anything can happen here. We've got new player coming in and not many runs to go with only 15 required. But if Vanuatu can keep their line in length here, that's going to feel like a long way away, and these batters are going to be, from a Vanuatu point of view, be hopefully feeling the pressure.
Yep.
However, it's been a fairly calm and collected chase so far, so I don't think from an Indonesia point of view there's any need to panic. There's still 5 wickets in the hutch, and
it's that perceived pressure of runs on the board.
Yeah.
It's a funny game, cricket. Anything can happen from this scenario.
Yeah, we saw Vanuatu's innings fall away quite quickly and almost sustained by a constant flow of extras. Unfortunately, from the Indonesian bowlers at the back end. But I think Captain Kendrick out here knows that these bowlers need to keep it tight. And he needs to be seeing attacking fields. Oh, it's very similar to the wicket that Lakaya just picked up.
Wouldn't mind seeing a slip or another catching man in on the leg side be put into play. Just add a little bit more pressure to the new batter.
Yeah. There's nothing worse when you come out to play and come out to bat and there's someone right in front of you.
Yeah.
Oh, another one there.
Another wicket. That's it. Now this makes the game very, very interesting here for Vanuatu. All of a sudden, 2 wickets in an over for Roderick Lakaya, and the new Indonesian batter has to go.
We say the pitch has been a little bit inconsistent, especially at that southern end. Not unplayable by any stretch, but just the odd ones acting up. And I'm not sure if that one kept a little bit low or just that right-hander played down the wrong line. But Stokey mentioned that's 2 wickets in the over for Lakaya. And even though looking like Vanuatu would work through their 2 best spin options, Roderick Lakaya's come on and taken 2 and not gone for many runs.
No, he has not. He's 2 for 7 off his 3.4 overs, playing a massive role here for Vanuatu. He played a big role with the bat, scoring 30 odd as well, and he batted it incredibly well for his 30, and now he's playing a big role with the ball in hand as well. So new batter in for Indonesia now.
Oh, I see some food being delivered to you. Is this your first food of the day?
I think so.
Oh,
yes.
dear.
So,
if only I'd known, I would have bought you a sandwich. But look, if we said there was no need for Indonesia to panic before last wicket fell, there's still no need.
Yeah. So new batter in for Indonesia now is Benny, and it is now, all of a sudden, a really tight contest.
Yeah. And this will be very interesting to see how Indonesia approach this now. I think we've seen Vanuatu's plan. They're going to bowl full and straight at the stumps, both from their spin and pace options, and set very, very attacking fields. As we see there, there is not one player in green outside the 30-metre ring.
And he starts very, very well, right on the money to the new batter in Benny.
I did my best not to appeal there. I may have put my hands out there, but it just bounced a little bit. That one, it might have hit the back thigh.
And again, just right on the money from Lakaya. That's a very good over. Double wicket maiden there for Lakaya. Now,
you're a hard man to please, aren't you? That was a good over. Good over? Very good over.
It was a very good over.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. I don't want to. You can eat your sandwich, and I'll. Yes, at the start of the last over, we're talking about Indonesia only requiring 15 runs to win and still having 6 wickets in hand. Well, 6 deliveries later, that calculation, that equation has changed markedly. Not so much on the runs basis, but in the wickets column. 2 wickets to Roderick Lakaya bowling his, I don't know if they're little Chris Harris leg cutters. I'm not quite sure. And we see a change in the bowling now here for Vanuatu. We now have spin again. But Josh coming on to bowl his 10th over. We weren't quite sure why he came off before with 1 over to go. He has 3 for 32 from his 9. So this is a very attacking move from Vanuatu. Skipper Curran Kendrick has brought strike bowler back on for 1 more over. Good for us here, and I guess those at home to see Josh now bowling from the front. We saw 9 overs from behind here on the northeast side, but now we can see that quick arm action come across in his 10th over.
Big appeal for caught behind there. Don't think he got anything on it.
Yeah.
He's now bowling from the Darwin International Airport end. He's bowled his first 9 overs, as Tim was saying, from the TIO Stadium end.
It's very circumspect here from Andika, which is probably the right move here. You've got the bowler at the other end taking half of the wickets that you've lost. Probably the right move here just to get through his last 6 deliveries. That said, he's gone back to his short ball and cut it just in front of point. Race the boundary, slide. Good fielding there.
Very well fielded there.
And only 2 runs to the total, meaning that Indonesia need 13 to win. That's Steve Sandy out there fielding, who we saw him bowl so well with his leg spin going for, I think it was low teens, wasn't it? I think we got down to probably 13 or 14 of his 10 overs. Really great debut from him, and we've just seen him bowl. I think that was him. I might have got his number wrong there. We'll come back and I'll be made out to be a liar, but perhaps not.
A lot of positives to come from this Vanuatu bowling innings.
Yeah. I think coming into this tournament, we knew that bowling was definitely a strong point. Now, it was Steve standing there, and it caps off a great second half of the game for him, and probably the first real pro slide we've seen kind of into the boundary there, and probably something that's just come naturally to him. Now the umpires having a bit of a chat. Umpire Polisak and strikers then to come in for a chat. I'm not sure if they're talking to third umpire Mario Kenny about something, or if I can't see any interaction with the Vanuatu skipper. It looks like Polisak's on the radio. Been a little bit back to front today with Vanuatu only batting the 30 overs or so and missing lunch because the change of innings was too early for lunch. But it seems to be a change of, I think the batters have gone to the wrong end at the end of the last over. And Dick has hit the cut shot, run 2, and then they've come to the next over, and wrong batter was at the end. So that might have been picked up by Mariel Kenny. Eagle Eye Kenny, we will call her. Not to be mistaken with Eagle Eye Cherry. Oh, Lakaya again just bowling a little bit flatter and full, asking questions. 13 runs, 4 wickets. The dots, although I have to say that dots inconsequential really here for the game. Time is not the issue here. With still 76 balls for Indonesia to get 13 runs.
It's a very interesting scenario because 9 times out of 10 in this scenario you'd expect the batting side to win, but runs on the board, bit of pressure built up by the bowlers, and anything can happen. As we see a big slash down the ground, nice shot by Benny.
Saw a mid-on fielder with his hat backwards. Welcome to my life is all I'll say.
Big swing again, just outside the wide line there from Roderick Lakaya.
Yeah, gold dust that runs there for Indonesia.
Yeah.
And Roderick will be kicking himself there to be given another run away. 12 runs to win for Indonesia. 4 wickets in hand. Ooh. Very full there with Benny electing to play off the back foot. Maybe not the worst thing. A little bit of extra time to get behind it, but
1 ball left in this tidy Roderick over. And he finishes the over just with the one off from the wide. Pretty good over, again, from Vanuatu. 38 overs, 6 for 111 are in Indonesia. And it's getting...
tight.
It's getting a little bit tight. I think that's drinks. Drinks have finally been called. Welcome back here to DXC Arena 2. Just had our drinks break between the Indonesian and Vanuatu game. Indonesia are 6 for 111 off 38 overs. And we see a change of bowling in Kendrick, the captain, bringing himself on. Originally he's bowling pace, but now he's bowled a full toss off spinning delivery. That's a no ball that's been hit for 4 down to fine leg.
Yeah, interesting decision here with Kendrick seeing the success of spin from both sides, or both ends, bringing himself on.
And Dika makes light work of the full toss and puts it away for 4 runs. So now Indonesia are just inching their way closer to that total and also have a free hit this ball. Well, good follow-up delivery from Kendrick to keep the free hit to just a dot ball. Big swing from Ndika again. I think he's decided that it's time to try and get this total a little bit quicker now. Put the foot on the throat now from Indonesia. Oh, and there's another no ball from Kendrick over the waist height, and I think
the things the umpires did talk about in their pre-tournament meeting was that unless those no balls over the waist are at the batters, and they're not going to be warning. But
he follows it up with a good delivery for the free hit. Just keeps it to the dot, but as you can see, he is very frustrated with himself for those 2 no balls. Interesting decision after he bowled pretty well in his first spell bowling pace to change to off spin halfway through the game. And Dika, big swing inside edge, past 45, and they're coming back for 2. A little bit of indecision from the runners, from the batters, sorry, but end up making it pretty comfortably. So now Indonesia only need another 4 runs.
that's just taken us to 1. So that balls to go.
And the full toss again on leg stump, behind square leg, and crunches it for 4. And I think that the scores are now level.
I'm just seeing that score come up after that final boundary. 1, 2, 3. I think the Vanuatu total is 1, 2, 2, and 1, 2, 3 was required to win. So we may see after
shaking of hands.
No, looks.
And I think now scores must be level now, and Kendrick's decided to bowl pace off a few steps just to finish the game off. And hits Ndika on the pad, and that's ended the over. A productive one for Indonesia. A few boundaries coming off it, and a few no balls as well.
Yeah, I think that's going to be.
And
something.
I think Indonesia, from the sidelines, are claiming that they've won, but the umpires are not sure.
Yeah, we had a little bit of indecision there. We definitely knew that 1, 2, 3 was the score. There was the target for Indonesia, so we may have had a superfluous delivery.
Yeah, I think that 123 just been confirmed now. Indonesia have won this opening match against Vanuatu in the Under-19 Cricket World Cup qualifiers. They've played incredibly well. They won the toss and elected to bowl first. They did well with the new ball early on, bowling right areas. Only took the 1 wicket though with the new ball, but then their spinners came on and bowled incredibly well, which took most of the wickets of the Vanuatu batting side. And then when they came out to bat, they had a very measured innings and approach, and some hitting from Yusuf and Bajana 24, 48, 42 for Bidana, 20 off 35 for Yusuf, and another little cameo from Andika, 20 odd got out for him. Very good innings from those three to win the game for Indonesia.
Yeah, very calm batting display, and I think they'll be very happy to get this win first up. You know, we've been told at the start of this tournament that despite us having the might of New Zealand here to compete against, we're looking likely to go to a two-tiered qualification structure for the next cycle, which means that the next position, well, the top two positions are very important, and that win for Indonesia will get them on their way.
Just looking at the bowlers there for Vanuatu, Steve Wilkinson-Sandy, leg spinner, bowled incredibly well. Was a little bit expensive in his last 2 or 3 overs, but he bowled very well in conjunction with Josh Andrews, an off spinner who took the bulk of the Indonesian wickets for Vanuatu, and just Captain Hendrick there at the end there was a bit expensive, bowling his off spin, which he changed to mid-game. But overall, a great performance from both sides. A few drop catches here and there, but I think both teams would be pretty happy with their performances overall, and there's a lot to learn from both teams. Thanks for listening to the broadcast, and hope you guys have a wonderful day.